So today we've convened this meeting it's a follow-up actually on the meeting that we had previously. We're supposed to have this meeting late last year, but because we had colleagues from basic education and women, children and people living with disabilities committees not available, we decided we want them to be part of this meeting. So we resolved that we will do it today. Well, we're supposed to do it on the 6th of February. And we had to postpone the 6th of February after Parliament released its own program. And the program was that on the 7th of February, we're having the State of the Nation, and having such a meeting when we have so many ladies in our committees who wanted to, who needed to go fix their hair, make sure that their State of the Nation clothes are ready. We then resolved to move it. But I then made the commitment to the Speaker that we will have this meeting before the close of the term. So we are having it. This is our last meeting of the term. And I thought we must close it with a bang by having a colloquium on the provision of menstrual hygiene products to women. We, across the length and breadth of our country, we have women who sometimes are forced to choose to either stay home and have their life dignified or go to school and risk having stains on their clothes because they don't have 10 rands to have to buy pads. So this meeting for us is extremely important because it must touch our people everywhere. So we're going to get a number of presentations today, and I would plead with the members to listen carefully. I've spoken to those who will be presenting that at the end of their presentation, before we speak, they must say to us, this is what we propose Parliament to resolve on, so that we're on the same page. Parliament is an institution that must work for the people. And this session seeks to reaffirm that point that we must speak, we must represent our people. So we're going to get a number of presentations, all important. But we'll first start with apologies. The apology of our Minister of Higher Education was received. Also received the apology of Deputy Minister Mimi Kondwe. The other Deputy Minister, Dr. Dube Ngube, is on the platform. I just saw her now on our platform. We're having this meeting hybrid. So there will be members who are on the platform. But I want to appreciate these members who came here so that you can feel and touch what they're going to speak about. I really appreciate you coming. I had not received apologies from other ministries. Yeah. So I'm assuming that the secretary says they did submit. So I'm assuming that the minister and deputy minister of women, youth, and people with disabilities submitted. Will note it. The Minister of Basic Education and Deputy Minister would have submitted. We will also note it. We have the Director General of Higher Education, the Deputy Director Generals of Higher Education, 3 of them in the meeting. We really appreciate your presence. We're going to probably start with introduction first. And then I know Mampi, our content advisor, doesn't like this session because it says it consumes time. But we must do it today. It's a joint sitting. And then after we've introduced ourselves here, we'll note those on the platform to also introduce themselves. And then when we start, we'll then give the Deputy Minister of Higher Education to then lay the platform. Then we'll give the DG to lay the platform. Then I'm told that we have Dr. Whittle from Basic Education, the DDG there, will also do the same. And then we'll then go to women, youth, and people with disabilities. And then from there, we'll go to Ms. Ndwandwe, the founder for Free Sanitary Pads. And then we'll go to Tracy, who's also the founder and director of I Menstruate. And then later on, we'll then have discussion. Members will then discuss. We'll start with members in the house, and then we'll then have members on the platform to also talk. So when we introduce ourselves, I see we've got young people in the house, kids. Lorna, I can afford to call you kids because these ones who are at university, sometimes I forget, they forget that we are old. So when we speak and I say to university leadership and I say, but you guys are ill-treating these kids, then they'll call and say, Chair, please, we're young adults. Don't call us kids. But these ones, they are wearing high school uniform. So these ones are kids. So there's, they also can't say, fight me, but I see we've got a number of them. So when we introduce ourselves, we're now going to get into that part. When you introduce yourself, you'll say, my name is Tebogo Letsie. I'm the Member of Parliament, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training. So if you're a kid, you'll say you are Tebogo Letsie from this particular school, right? Or from this particular organization, so that at least we know properly who's here. I think that also assists us, when we engage, we know who we are engaging with. So like I said, I'm Tebogo Letsie, the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and a member of Parliament. Anela, will start with you from there. We will start here. We'll move this way until we are done this side. Then we'll start that side, move this way until we'll end here with the Honorable Club.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anele Kabingis. I'm the Community Secretary. Thank you.
Morning, my name is Sesima Hlobohwane. I'm the Director for Social Inclusion and Equity from the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members of our portfolio committees present. My name is Nkosinati Sishi, and I'm the Director General for Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Ramni Kaluwale. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Higher Health.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable Deputy Minister and DG and all the colleagues. My name is Sam Zung. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for TVETs in the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, Honorable DM, honorable members, and all guests and colleagues. My name is Thandi Lewin. I'm the Deputy Director General for University Education at DHET.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Honorable Deputy Minister, the DG. My name is Tembisa Fuchane. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for community education and training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of Parliament, DGs present and DMs. My name is Shokisha Balala. I'm the Deputy Director General from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Sorry, Mama Shoki. So at women, youth and people, we have only one DDG.
Yes, I'm the only DDG in the department.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Anam Guni. I'm the Director for Economic Empowerment of Women in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Anjali Maestri. I'm an attorney at Equal Education Law Center.
You're too fast for us. Please.
Sure. I'm Anjali Maestri. I'm an attorney at Equal Education Law Center.
Good morning, I'm Liesl Karanison from Department of Basic Education.
What do we do at Department of Basic Education?
I'm the PRO for the department. I'm the PRO for the department.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Dolulu and my surname is Lachanin. I work for the Department of Basic Education and I'm the program manager under the Social Cohesion and Equity in Education. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Lee Kobotoman. I am the Director for Social Cohesion and Equity at the Department of Basic Education.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I'm Granville Whittle. I'm a Deputy DG responsible for care and support in basic education.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Namhla Damoy, and I am a facilitator at Curate, which is a non-profit organization that specializes in lifting young people about their menstrual health and rights. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I am Sitenkosi James. I'm a candidate attorney at the Equal Education Law Center.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I am Hope Mugadi. I am a trainee attorney at the Equal Education Law Center.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, DG colleagues. My name is Esther Kodisang. I am the Director responsible for governance and management support, also caretaking, institutional planning and support in the CET branch, DHET.
Molweni, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I'm Tracy Malawana, social justice activist and a founder, executive director of I Menstruate Movement, a movement working to eradicate period poverty in South Africa through movement building, awareness raising, education, advocacy, and direct service provision. Simple terms, we are working towards achieving menstrual health, dignity, to ensure that those who menstruate, they do so with dignity, safety, and proper support. Thanks so much.
And you forgot to give us to bring us the t-shirts. Please.
Chair, we can organize. Manza!
Good morning, Chair, morning, honorable members, colleagues. My name is David Muhlamme. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of DG.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister, and honorable members. I'm Nashveer Nemesser, Head of Communications, High Health, and it's a pleasure to be in your company.
Good morning, Chair. Excuse me. Honorable members, DG, senior members in the department. My name is Sichaba Meje. I'm from the Department of Higher Education and Training. I'm the Acting Director, Student Support and Sector Engagement. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ruth Apostolov. I am the founder of She Power Foundation, as well as the country's only medical licensed manufacturer of menstrual cups.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and guests. My name is Nugzola Ndwandwe, and I'm a South African activist and founder of Team Free Sanitary Pads. I'm also a tax accountant trainee, which doesn't really count as much for now, unless you need help with the taxes. But anyways, right now the business of the day is the Menstrual Health Rights Bill and Law. So our organization fights for eradication of period poverty and for access for young girls and women for quality menstrual education and quality menstrual products. And we're currently pushing for the Menstrual Health Rights Bill and Law. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, and everyone on this floor. My name is Tofat Omavilane. I am the national and a representative of I Menstruate Movement, and we are calling on government that he should make menstrual products free for all in South Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, we're still introducing ourselves for now.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members of Parliament. Before you is Asena Timpisane, a 16-year-old grade 11 at Injukumo Secondary School and a proud member of the I Menstruate Movement.
Please start again and put the mic closer to your mouth.
Okay, sorry. My name is Asena Timpisane, a grade 11 learner at Injukumo Secondary School and a proud member of the I Menstruate Movement. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and the honorable members. My name I am Kosinkala from Department of Higher Education, the TVET branch. I am an assistant director within the Student Development and Support Directorate. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, Deputy Minister, and all the senior managers from all three departments. My name is Terence Kala. I'm the Acting Director for Communications at the Department of Basic Education.
Yeah, I was saying the mics there at the back, please switch them off. You'll put them on when you are speaking. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister and colleagues and everyone here. My name is Neomolai. I'm from the Office of the Minister, Basic Education, responsible for Parliament and Cabinet processes.
Morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Samkeli Suemsane. I'm a candidate attorney at the Equal Education Law Center.
Greetings, House at Large. Standing before you is Eintando Penchu. I'm a learner at Inchukumo Secondary School, located in Kukuletu, and I'm also a proud member of I Menstruate Movement.
Molweni nonke ngalenseni, protocol observed. Igama lam ngubuseka, Ifani ngusodlaka. I am an SMT at Inchukumo Senior Secondary School, also SBST, which stands for School-Based Support Teacher. Inkosi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the House at Large. I'm an educator at Inchukumo Secondary School. My name is Zoleka Mkungwana. I'm also a member of the Learner Wellness Committee and a proud member of the I Menstruate Movement. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zikwana Dlagavu from Injukumo Secondary School, and I'm also a proud member of I Menstruate Movement. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Yolisa Sendimbenukana, a grade 11 learner at Injukumo Secondary School, and also a proud member of I Menstruate.
Good morning, Chair and
honorable members of parliament. My name is Lona Bangani. I'm coming from I'm a learner at Inchukuma Secondary School and a proud member of I Menstruate Movement. Thank you.
My name is Inge Cala. My surname is Njaise. I'm doing grade 11 at Inchukuma Secondary School. I'm proud member of I Menstruate.
Greetings, House at Large. Before you is Hlonipam Kechane, and I am a grade 11 learner from Inchukuma Secondary School and a proud member of I Menstruate Movement.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, and everyone. My name is Shihlamariso Ngobeni from Parliamentary Communication Services. Thank you.
Before you, Tanya, let's start Dembali. Who said that?
Good morning, Chairperson, all protocol observed. My name is Unombadi Mwabe. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Deputy Minister's Office, Dr. Dubengube. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, Deputy Minister. My name is Mnigen Pagati, the Head of Office for Deputy Minister Dubengube. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson, Deputy Minister, honorable members, and all colleagues here. My name is Pusiso Khoza, Parliamentary Liaison in the Office of Deputy Minister Litsike, Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members, everybody present. My name is Tanya Kleinarts, and I'm Chairperson's Executive Secretary.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Kolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, guests, and colleagues. My name is Poga Zikana. I'm the ANC caucus researcher.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and everyone. My name is Kesale Bohamusi. I'm the study group secretary of ANC caucus.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Theolin Sembo from Independent Media. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Mampaho Mudiba. I'm the Committee Content Advisor for Portfolio Committee on Higher Education.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tandi Wempondo. I'm a Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the Minister, Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members. My name is Makosa Zane Khatebe, member of Parliament, serving on Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Sawubona, Chair. Ngibekele wonke umuntu okhona. My name is Kukuletu, Honorable Kukuletu Mchunu. I'm a member of Parliament. Ngiseva kwi-portfolio yaka Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is Fezeka Mbiko Dungumadlamini. I'm also serving in the portfolio committee of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, and everybody present. My name is Desiree van der Walt, and I'm a member of Parliament serving on the Basic Education Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, colleagues and guests. I'm Dalmain Christians, a member of the Higher Education Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, and everyone present. My name is Yolanda Holden, and I am from the DBE, the Department of Basic Education Communication. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Usekwele. I'm serving on military veteran in SNDF, also serving under person with disability, youth and women.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, colleagues, DG and team from all three departments, as well as morning to all the people online, the Deputy Minister and colleagues. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone on the platform, including everybody who has attended this meeting. Nothing has changed. My name is still Khaulatli. The same is Khabo. I'm a deployee of the ANC in Parliament. I'm a member in good standing of the Portfolio Committee of Education and Training. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, colleagues. My name is Sipio Machoba from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
And what do you do in that department?
Involved in menstrual health management, as well as sexual and reproductive health rights.
Well, thank you. So we'll go to those who are online. Honorable Peterson, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I'm Honorable Peterson, and I am a full member on the Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you, Honorable Khakao.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo, madume a akaretse, ke hlomphe tulo sa hao le ditulo tsohle tse teng. Lebitso la ka ke Karabo Lerato Khakao, ke setho se felletseng sa Palamente ya Afrika Borwa. I also serve as a full-time member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training. Ke a leboha modulasetulo.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. Honorable Governor. Honorable Chauke.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to everyone on the platform and everyone who's in physical attendance, including the ministers, deputy ministers, officials, and also our guests and fellow South Africans. My name is Tsakufato Megan Chauke Adonis. I am a member of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities in the National Assembly, deployed by the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Magagula.
Good morning, Chair, and everybody in the House. My name is Togozile Makakula. I'm the Member of Parliament and serving on the Basic Education Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Maimela. Want to see who else I've not called. Then I'm going to go to Ndate Mahada.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, and everyone on the call. My name is Rilwan Mahada, Director in the Office of the DG Basic Education, responsible for parliamentary and business processes. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Candice Chira.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to all members of Parliament and to the guests. I am Candice Chirwa, also known as the Minister of Menstruation and founder and managing director of Curate. Looking forward to today's session. Thank you.
Okay, Minister. Bontle Moka.
Thank you, Chair and members of Parliament. My name is Bontle Moka. I am a patient advocate for endometriosis and the founder of the Heal Endo movement. Thank you.
Dudutsang Meti.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Duduetsang Neti. I'm the Associate Communications Director at IBIS Reproductive Health. Happy to be here. Thank you.
And Mwabe. Oh, okay. Andile, Satwayo.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Andile Hlatshwayo, Parliamentary and Cabinet Support to Deputy Minister Mhaule, Basic Education. Thank you.
Steve.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Minister Dube and colleagues. My name is Steve Mampefu. I am the Parliament and Cabinet Liaison Officer of Deputy Minister, of the Minister of Higher Education. Thank you.
Ndabangulu.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Lulama Ndabangulu, and I am the Chief Director in the Office of the DG at the Department of Basic Education. Thank you.
Okay. Angel Kanile, are you able to unmute now? No. Chairperson of Basic Education, Joy Maimela, are you able to unmute?
Yes, good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to all the honorable members of both basic education and higher education and all the participants of this colloquium. Apologies, Chair, I can't switch on my camera now, but I think as the day goes on, I'll be able to switch on my camera so that members can connect the face to the voice. So my name is Joy Maimela. I am the chairperson of the Basic Education Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much. We will co-chair the meeting with Honorable Maimela, who is the chair of Basic Education. We do have an apology from the chairperson of Women, Youth, and People Living with Disabilities. She was unable to join us. This would have been a three-way committee meeting. Deputy Minister Dr. Nomosa Dube-Ncube, I'm going to give you, after introducing yourself, please lead the presentation from higher education. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members of the committees, all the committees, and good morning to the Director Generals of all the three departments that are present. I also acknowledge all the students, learners, educators, all the civil society institutions that are present, all the bodies and all the institutions, all the stakeholders, and all the senior managers, and all the honorable members and all the chairpersons. Chairperson, we really appreciate this opportunity. And apologies once more. Yesterday, we were attending the Presidential Investment Conference until very late last night. And we were of the view that Gondwe was going to be on that side, and we only learned very late that she was not well, and it was we had already had commitments on the side of meetings that we could not change. So apologies that we could not join in person, but we appreciate the opportunity to interact with the very important stakeholders on this very important meeting. We wish to appreciate the opportunity on this very important topic, honorable members and chairperson. Good morning to all of you. Chairperson, the opportunity to engage on this matter that speak not only to the health and the dignity, but fundamentally to access to equity and ultimately to the success of the young person at the post-health and education and training system. To some of us, Chairperson, this issue touches the raw nerve. As we went through this pain without anyone ever talking about it or even, dealing with the solutions as we are dealing with solution and we are debating on these matters today. Thanks to the democratic processes and the democratic government of today that we are having these discussions that are taking place. We must never at any point, Chairperson and honorable members, consider that the provision of sanitary product is an act of charity or goodwill. It is, in effect, just catching up exercise to the value of humanity for our young women and our society. We are suffering the consequence of constantly deferring women's needs to a tomorrow that has yet to come. The United Nations declared gender equity as a goal, a latent admission that as society, we still have a long way to go when it comes to treating women justly and looking at a society that focuses clearly on women's rights as human rights. We must not be avoidant of the truth that is a lived reality. On our conservatism, one encouraged by archaic societal norms, including religious and cultural beliefs, we have ensured that young women and girls remain in an undignified situations that promote shame, dehumanizing. Period poverty is a result of stigma. It is both a class and gender issue. That truth is unavoidable. It should never be considered as a favor that women are treated justly, humanly, and disrespectful. In countries way ahead of their period, leave has just been instituted. Understanding that period dignity include consideration of illnesses that women suffer from, silently illnesses like PCOS and endometriosis and fibrosis that also happens to statistically affect particularly Black women more. We must also consider some of these. While ours is still a conversation on policy making, Chairperson and honorable members, we should consider that countries such as Kenya in March 2026 introduced a paid menstrual leave, honorable members. In 2015, Zambia introduced one paid leave day, a month for women that was nicknamed Mother's Day. Globally, Spain introduced a menstrual leave policy that gives women 3 days of paid leave in case of incapacitation menstruation. In the extreme things, the ignorance of menstrual dignity from a policy level is a form of silencing a systemic exclusion. So it is a latent threat made to women that the very natural and normal functioning of their bodies is abnormal, shameful, but also unworthy of our time as a government in an economy that relies too on efforts of women to excel as actively participants in the economy. And perhaps, honorable members and Chairperson, it might seem that I forgot that we are talking about young women who are actively involved in this economy, but also girls that we still need to see participating in the economy, but inactively in their lives. I'm painting a picture that is inevitable, the future of a young woman who are now neglecting, or by also enacting immediacy, a direct and a clear policy in our times, but also talking about menstruation. It is also very clear to me that it is a lived reality of our young women across our institutions of higher education or higher learning institution. And without our support, they will not make it in their lives or even in their lifetime during their education time. The provision of sanitary pads must not be looked at as a favor, but as a duty to ensure that we keep young women and girls in schools. The denial of the period dignity snowballs into a terrible and terrifying idea around the female body, a side which has already seen and experienced too much violence. We must have an opportunity to see this as a real changing discussion if we were to effect some of these policy changes in our discussion. We carry a duty to young women not just to pay a lip service to gender equality, to poverty eradication, but to remain astute to our mandate as a country to create a policy that drives the country forward. If we say that education is a catalyst to a better future, then we must actively invest in our students at the right time so that they are not interrupted by nature and are forced to experience stigma in institutions we pride ourselves in building and in supporting. Honorable members, menstrual health is not a luxury. It is not a peripheral concern. It is a basic human right, and it is a critical enabler of educational access and retention. For many young women and people who menstruate within our universities, within our schools, within our TVET or CET colleges, the lack of access to affordable and appropriate sanitary product continues to be a silent barrier to learning. We know the reality. Students and our scholars and our kids miss classes, avoiding participating even in sports, dropping out in schools, not because of academic inability, but because of natural biological process, compounded by economic hardship. This is what we refer to as period poverty. And it is a stark reminder that inequality of our manifest is the most basic aspect of our daily lives. And I know I'm talking to the converted, but the fact of the matter is that here we are as the lawmakers. What are we doing about it? As the department, we recognize that addressing menstrual hygiene is directly aligned with our broader mandate of ensuring inclusive, equitable, and quality education for all. It intersects with gender equality, student health, human dignity, and ultimately student success. But at the same time, we are recognizing that the PSET students are adults, and we must respect the agency and the dignity and the independent. As such, it is reasonable to position sanitary product as part of the personal living expenses that financially supported by students managed by or through NSFAS by giving them additional to accommodation, transport, or living allowances, also personal care allowances for both female to support their basic necessities such as toiletries and sanitary product. Chairperson, we must make important strides in multiple ways in alignment with national priorities and collaborating with other departments, stakeholders, and institutions. We must implement measures aimed at improving access to sanitary products for poor and disadvantaged students across the PSET sector, and in addition, their personal living allowances. These may include the distribution of sanitary products in selected institutions, partnerships with stakeholders and service providers to providing in supply chains, institutional level interventions to ensure that products are accessible ongoing efforts to integrate menstrual health awareness in institutions and support services. We should also look at issues such as looking at the policy alignment and the standardization. Secondly, looking at how do we sustain funding models. We should be exploring innovative funding mechanism, including the public-private partnerships, to ensure that provision is not dependent on an ad hoc arrangement, but becomes embedded in component of student supply. Thirdly, the dignity-centered implementation, which is access must be safe, private, stigma-free. It is not only about distribution, it is also about restoring dignity, confidence, and full participation in the academic life. So, honorable members, this issue also calls on us to shift the societal attitude. Menstrual health must no longer be shrouded in silence, in shame. As leaders, policymakers, and public representatives, we must be responsive to normalize these conversations and champion the rights of our students. Therefore, as part of the civil and soft skills program that we run as Higher Health, the gender studies and comprehensive sexuality models cover in detail the menstrual hygiene and menstruation understanding for every young person, both males and our females. So, Chairperson and honorable members, let me emphasize that sanitary dignity is not a women's issue. It is a national developmental issue. When students are supported in their understanding of each other and their basic needs, they are better able to succeed academically and contribute meaningfully to the society, participate fully in the economy. So I welcome this opportunity, honorable members, to participate in this very important dialogue. We also welcome your oversight and the support, as well as the guidance in ensuring that we come up with interventions that will ensure that we strengthen and to scale up our intervention in support of our young people and our young girls. Together, we can ensure that no student is left behind because of some natural as well as manageable something as menstruation. We thank you, honorable members, for this opportunity to participate in this very important and meaningful discussion at this particular time in our country. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Director General Sisha, I'm going to give you. We'd ask you to prepare a report on the update on the provision of menstrual hygiene products to students in the post-school education and training sector, to give us an update on the provision of dignity PACS program for students in the PSET sector, and also to speak about the Higher Health Student Wellness Program and projects. So I'm now going to give to you, just to say that where you are seated, this venue was used mostly for ad hoc committee. So where you are seated there, there's a gentleman called Brown Mokhotsi, who was seated right where you are seated. So I thought I must just indicate that we hope we're not going to get Brown Mokhotsi tendencies. We have about 20 minutes. Want to spend a lot of time on the content of what the petitioners would have written to us. So we have about 20 minutes, Director General.
The Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Tebo Kholitsie, and honorable members of various portfolio committees of our government. I think I start my input with, on behalf of the Directors General of the various departments convened here today. Salute this initiative by our parliament and our portfolio committees, which has not started only this year, but it has started sometime in 2015, and I can recall at that time that groundbreaking decisions were taken that have changed the entire, landscape, and there are weaknesses in the system since then, but there are great strides that have been made in that regard. I salute Parliament, and I commit the Directors General and as a core member of FOSAT that the decisions taken will also be taken forward by the DGs of these departments, and I take full responsibility for that. The Portfolio Committee, and part of its first term program, convened a colloquium on provision of free menstrual hygiene products for girls and women in South Africa on the 1st of April 2026. And the chair did make reference to this. And as part of this colloquium,
you convened it on the 1st of April, but it's not April Fools. It's a real meeting.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As part of that meeting, the committee invited the departments that are convened here today. And this colloquia followed a joint meeting of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training and Basic Education that took place on the 13th of November, 2024. Now, the presentations that were made there, I'm not going to refer to them now, but it's important so that it's clear what happened since then until now, so that it's clear in our presentation and our report that we are able to show this free sanitary pads and menstrual movement, team free sanitary pads on their petition. We're calling for the provision of free sanitary pads and other menstrual hygiene products for girls and women. The I Menstruate on the research study on barriers to menstrual hygiene among school girls in South Africa also presented. I'm happy to indicate that in our report to you, Honorable Chairperson and members of the portfolio committees represented here, that in the presentation of the Department of Higher Education and Training, we would like to make reference to our progress in the implementation of the policy framework to address gender-based violence in the post-school education and training system, which we have initiated in the last number of years. Provide progress regarding the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and the provision of free sanitary pads and menstrual hygiene products in the PSET system, an initiative driven by our entity, the Higher Health entity. The Transforming Mentalities program that has since been adopted by the UNESCO as a global program, and South Africa being the main player in that regard. We will present and cover all of those areas. In these meetings that I've made reference to earlier on, we resolved that the department should hold universities that have not yet adopted GBV policies accountable and share good practices with the other government departments in terms of their higher health civic education programs. As reflected in the report that we've presented, we are showing progress in all of these areas. And may I indicate that as a Department of Higher Education and Training, we have made great strides, in firstly, establishing the higher health as an implementing arm of the Department of Higher Education and Training. Higher health plays a pivotal national role in providing student health, psychosocial well-being, and holistic youth development across South Africa. It operates across all 26 public universities, 50 public TVET colleges, and non-community community colleges, covering over 1 million or 1,000 campus sites and reaching more than 2 million young South Africans annually across 52 districts in 9 provinces. Higher Health develops and implements a range of health and wellness and psychosocial services on behalf of the Department of Higher Education and programs that covers 420 campus sites, rural, informal, and urban settings in all 52 districts across South Africa. In alignment with the department, their continued mission to empower South African youth have led to significant strides that they've made through the rollout of the Higher Health Civic and Soft Skills Program, which is a pioneering initiative developed in collaboration with UNESCO and accredited by Quality Council for Trades and Occupation at NQF Level 5 and also accredited by Gateway Qualifications in the United Kingdom, which stands as the first of its kind on the African continent. We are happy to indicate that this has offered a basic literacy level with entry requirement and NQF level 1 and an exit outcome with NQF level 5, rooted in the vision of the United Nations 17 on Sustainable Development Goals, the program that is designed to equip students across the PSET system with vital soft skills, civic values, and workplace readiness capabilities. These competencies not only strengthen their employability and leadership potential, but also they foster active citizenship and contributing meaningfully to building a resilient and inclusive society. There are various modules, honorable members, that we are providing, and in total we are talking about 9 modules that we are providing through the programs of our Higher Health entity. They include global citizenship and skills for living, gender equity and inclusion, mental and emotional intelligence, disability inclusion and accessibility, physical and sexual health, substance, gambling and gaming abuse and addiction, financial literacy, climate change education, and digital literacy and ethics of AI. It's important that I mention this because in the presentation that follows, we may not make reference to all of these programs because in terms of the mandate that we are given, we are only going to focus on what has been specifically requested for us to do. Therefore, I wish to indicate that as a caring institution, Higher Health operates 24 hours, toll-free helpline, the 0800 36 36 36 for students in the entire post-school education in partnership with SADC, providing psychosocial services to students across the country. I wish to also indicate that through NSFAS, we provide personal care allowance, and there was a full review of sanitary pad issue for both young girls in school and institutions in higher education. A review was done with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, the Department of Higher Education, and the Department of Basic Education. Higher Health also supported the full review around our need of our poor young girls for need of sanitary napkins. Treasury concluded that a special allocation will only be provided for quintile 1, 2, and 3 students in the DBE schooling system, and not for the Department of Higher Education as a personal care allowance. NSFAS have already catered for personal care allowance, for which goes to all students coming from vulnerable backgrounds. In our presentation today, we are also going to make clear proposals about how these issues can be dealt with, so that what we see as the progress, we continue to make more milestones towards ensuring that the impact of the work that we do is felt by all young people in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to introduce the two colleagues next to me. On my left, the Professor Alwalia. Professor Ramnik Alwalia is the CEO of the Higher Health, and he is going to make an input on the issues that I've raised, specifically addressing the request of our Parliament. And on my right, I wish to introduce Ms. Sesi Mahlobokhwane. Sesi is the head of social inclusion of the Department of Higher Education and Training. All policies that I have cited, she has spearheaded and led, and she's going to share with us the report that they will co-present with Professor Alwalia. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. As indicated, I'm Sesi Mahlobokhwane, Director, Social Inclusion and Equity, and I'm going to present our report with regards to menstrual hygiene and sanitary dignity. Firstly, the principles of providing menstrual hygiene and sanitary dignity support to PSET students centers around a holistic approach that says menstrual hygiene and sanitary dignity support are part of the broader health, wellness, and psychosocial services that we provide to students. Our female students are adults and not girls. And as a result, to protect their agency. Okay. Thank you, Chair. To protect their agency, dignity, and independence, sanitary products provision is part of is part of providing personal care allowances that financially supported students can manage on their own. And also, we are saying that this is provided to eligible South African students from poor and working class backgrounds who are registered at public universities and TVET colleges. One of the principles also is that distance education students, part-time students, and those not meeting the minimum academic load may not qualify for personal care allowance even if they receive NSFAS bursaries. And personal care allowances are linked to specific cost of living support packages. The department provides the following allowances to students through NSFAS: an accommodation allowance, which covers students that stay in college-owned residences or approved private accommodation. There's also living allowance, which covers food and meals while the student is residing in the accommodation that is provided and approved. And there's transport allowance that deals with those students that are not living on campus but are traveling to campus. And then there's the personal care allowance, which supports basic necessities such as toiletries and sanitary products. And it is very important to note that this is provided to both males and females due to the fact that the males also need to be assisted with hygiene dignity. And I need to, thank you. NSFAS does not have a separate stipend specifically for sanitary products aimed only at women. Instead, the personal care allowance is standardized and applies to all eligible students. And this ensures that every student receives support for essential personal items, irrespective of gender or housing situation. So as you can see on the table that is on the screen, this is how the allowances were distributed. That is the living allowance and also the personal care allowance. I will not go into these details. I believe that colleagues can see the screen. And in terms of TVET colleges, 15,862 TVET students received personal care allowances in 2025, irrespective of their gender, totaling to an amount of above 13 million. The TVET branch does not administer any program that makes provision for menstrual hygiene or dignity packs for students in TVET colleges. Colleges themselves do not have programs for the monthly provision of sanitary towels to students. However, they do occasionally receive donations of sanitary towels or dignity packs from stakeholders, which are distributed to students on an ad hoc basis when available. Your student support services managers at colleges maintain a limited supply of sanitary towels to assist students in emergency situations as they arise. In terms of universities, in 2025, 106,000 students amounting to received personal care allowance amounting to 234 million plus. And for the 2026 data, we do not have it currently, Chairperson. It is only available from the 31st of March, which means that when we come back next time, we may have this data. Other initiatives in the PSET institutions, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, through its Sanitary Dignity Program, continued to deliver free disposable sanitary pads to indigent or poor girls and women since 2019. The DHED participated in sanitary dignity programs through NSFAS, as I have indicated earlier. The department is ensuring that NSFAS grant beneficiaries in PSET institutions receive monthly stipends of 317 rands to purchase menstrual products of their choice, amongst other things. Ad hoc donations and individual institutional programs are administered by institutions. And then in terms of higher health, apart from what NSFAS does, Higher Health, as the implementing agency of the department, is also implementing the health, wellness, and psychosocial services, and they receive donations through the World Bank, through their their Global Fund Adolescent and Young People's Program, as well as private sector donations for personal care products. And they also raise funds in order to ensure that these products are available for students. They also distribute annually around 150,000 sanitary dignity packs to historically disadvantaged universities and TVET colleges and CET colleges through the peer-to-peer program. And they also looked at the risk profile of institutions, which then says obviously not all institutions receive that. The face-to-face peer-to-peer dialogues, which through more than 10,000 peer educators spread across all PSET institutions or campuses, this daily on-campus program helps reach over 1.5 million students on knowledge transfer and education. Menstrual hygiene is an important subject in the peer-to-peer program under the gender co-curriculum. Higher Health receives in-kind grant funding on condoms from the Department of Health, the Global Fund, and USAID in support of the Sanitary Dignity Program. And Higher Health does not receive any funds from any government department or local institution towards support of funds on sanitary dignity products. There is also the digital online Quality Council for Trades, or the QCTO accredited civic and soft skills program that Higher Health provides. This 5-credit gender studies module and the 5-credit comprehensive sexuality module covers in detail menstrual hygiene and menstrual understanding for every young student, both male and female. The program is currently being offered to students in the PSET sector. Precursor meetings have already taken place with the Department of Basic Education to implement this program in schools, and we believe that formal discussions will follow. Higher Health has also integrated and has an integrated and comprehensive approach to sexual and reproductive health. And this is to encourage and enable students to take responsibility and make informed decisions within the context of respectful, dignity, and safe relationships within the PSET sector. We encourage young women to view sexual and reproductive health services as a tool for their empowerment and engage students of all genders and sexual orientations in a discussion on their rights regarding sexual and reproductive health. Prevention is the primary objective in respect of HIV and AIDS, other STIs, and unplanned early pregnancy. In these prevention programs, the anatomy and processes in the human body are covered, as well as lifelong consequences of infections, including the fact that students may abandon their studies. The peer-centered information activities, co-curriculum sessions, and self-administered risk assessments are not only broadening the students' understanding, but are also the foundation of prevention. Higher Health has gone a step further to enhance prevention by promoting commodities that enhance sexual and reproductive health needs and leveraging digital solutions like the vending machine program. The AYP program, which is the Adolescent and Young People's Program, through the Global Fund, made health and hygiene products available free of charge to participating TVET college students by means of vending machines, which are accessed by a PIN number. Stock control data in 2024 indicated the highest demand was for sanitary pads and pregnancy tests, well ahead of uptake of male and female condoms. This suggested the vending machines might not be supporting HIV prevention objectives as much as intended. Higher Health also introduced product tutorials that students can access on their mobile phones by scanning QR codes posted on vending machines. The AYP grant was managed by 3 Global Fund principal recipients responsible for different provinces, and that is NACOSA, AFSA, and Beyond Zero. We thank them for their support and guidance. Higher Health was included in the AYP grant extension period from April to September 2025. The Global Fund funded 1.2 million packs, which amounted to 1.7 million in 2024, and 300,000 packs, which amounted to 444,000 in 2025. The department acknowledges that the above in-kind donations are minimal and non-sustainable. The reality is that there is no additional funding in the fiscus available through the department or through the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities to augment this program. It is recommended, Chairperson, that government, through National Treasury, increases allocation of resources to build a sustainable and accessible sanitary program like the condom program. Our approach as the Department of Higher Education and Training, together with Higher Health, is that of an integrated and comprehensive approach to sexual and reproductive health, It also encourages and enables students to take responsibility and make informed choices, which means that the money that they are given, they have to use it for the rightful purposes. And also we do that in the context of respectful dignity and safe relationships. We encourage that amongst our student community. We also view sexual and reproductive health services as a tool for their own empowerment. And also prevention, we believe that prevention is the primary objective in respect of HIV and AIDS, other STIs, unplanned and early pregnancy. Prevention programs which refer to the anatomy and processes in the human body are covered as indicated. Peer-centered information activities, core curriculum sessions, and self-administered risk assessments build understanding within the system. And as I conclude, Chairperson, we wish to indicate as a department that while the department recognizes the importance of menstrual health and dignity within the PSET system, the current approach positions sanitary products within broader student financial support mechanisms, particularly through NSFAS personal care allowance, thereby promoting student agency, dignity, and equitable access. At the same time, existing initiatives by Higher Health, donor partners, and the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, a sanitary dignity program, provide important additional but limited supplementary support, highlighting the need for a more sustainable, coordinated, and adequately funded national approach to ensure consistent and dignified access to menstrual hygiene products for all our students. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. Just two things. One, our members on the platform and those who are here, our people from Parliament Communications have informed us that we are on channel 408, and those who will be speaking online. It's recommended that when you are given an opportunity to speak, you open your video so that it looks better instead of it having a name. Secondly, DG, I know you said I've granted you to leave around 12-ish, but by the time members engage, you will not be here. We hear your presentation that you don't have money. It is your responsibility to go find money. We don't want this thing of government always saying we don't have, go and find money. For the presentation, then conclusion, you must say to us, we are going to find money to fund this program. Let's not have, the second one is that your numbers are not making sense. You can't say in the TVET sector in 2025, you funded or you provided personal care allowance to 106,000 students. It doesn't make sense. In fact, if you only gave 206,000 students 317 rands, it amounts to 30-something million, but you are saying it's 234 million. So there's 200 million that is unaccounted for. So when we put together our presentations, let's look at it. Does it make sense? Because the personal care allowance is 317, right, from NSFAS. If it's 317, you can multiply, you can open a phone and calculate. 317 times 106,000, can be, it's about 30-something million. It can be 230. So the presentation, you see, sometimes we don't want to stop you when you are presenting, but the quality of our presentations let's put an effort. After putting a presentation together, let's make sure that it makes sense. Because you can't say you spent 234 million on personal care, 206,000 students. And because AG is telling us that you are even funding dead students there by NSFAS, we now want to know where the 200 went to. So we're now going to go to Dr. Whittle. I've not seen Dr. Whittle. Oh, yeah. Oh, Dr. Whittle, thank you. You did not introduce yourself, no?
Yes, I did, Chair.
You did?
I did.
Okay. So you can come present from here.
Thank you, Chair.
You don't want to present from here?
Mr. Liko Bottoman will do the presentation.
Yeah, but you can continue in the meantime with your presentation. Are you doing the preamble first?
No, it's not necessary. We've covered our issues in the presentation. Chair.
Okay.
Thanks.
So he's deciding not to do the preamble, Chair. Oh, okay. Good morning to you, Chair, and honorable members. I hope you realize that there is a second bottom in the House, so we've secured two-thirds majority in your House as a family, just as a family. Okay. Chair, I thought that before I get into the detail, because the detail of this presentation from the side of basic education is very much focused on menstrual health and sanitary dignity, but to just also cover the issues around health and well-being in basic education. We do have a branch that is led by Dr. Whittle, which is called Sector Care and Support. So within that branch, we've got a particular aspects of work. We've got health promotion. This is where the location of the policy on HIV and AIDS, STIs and TB, the location of the policy on learner pregnancy in schools is located, but also integrated school health policy is also located there. And then we've got the National School Nutrition Program, which is the most obvious about school feeding and sustainable food production, as well as nutrition education. Then we've got psychosocial support, which is really more about mental health, psychosocial support of children. And the interesting aspect that I could share with the House, Honorable Chairperson, is that there is evidence now that shows that before COVID-19, when we compare before COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 data, they say that the number of orphans in our country has tripled. And so what it means is that whatever efforts we were making before COVID-19 are going to have to be doubled up. And that's why the Department of Basic Education decided on introducing a function, standalone function that particularly looks at psychosocial support in basic education. Then on the other side, we've got school sport and enrichment, which is more about sports, arts, and culture, because we believe firmly in the holistic development of the child. And then we've got school safety, which really reinforces our relationship with the South African Police Services and the linking of schools with police stations, and the reaction that we need to, and the response rather that we need to put together as basic education to ensure safety and security of children. And then there is the function that I lead on social cohesion and nation building, which is really just about human rights education, ensuring that there's equity, but also issues around gender, school-related gender-based violence, dealing with sexual abuse and harassment in schools, and all of those things combined are dealt with. So I thought that I needed to start there, Chair, so that there's an understanding of how the well-being programs are located in basic education. And this is the presentation outline that we have prepared. To then just say that the sanitary dignity framework is supported in basic education as it provides access to sanitary products and menstrual health education to children in Quinta 1 to 3 schools and Elsan schools and farm schools as well. And we were told by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities that The grant, as it stands right now, is still insufficient, even based on the proposals that were made when the program had started. We are just over 50% of what the Department of Women had requested for 5 years ago. And 5 years later, we're just still sitting at 50% of the resources that are allocated for this work. But nonetheless, as the Department of Basic Education, because our responsibility is to supplement the sanitary dignity program with an education program. So we've decided to develop some menstrual health management guidelines for schools. And we have also ensured that the curriculum sufficiently covers content related to menstrual health. And some of the great innovations that we've managed to introduce was to also ensure that in the new era, we do also involve young men and boys in menstrual health. You will recall, Chairperson, that we come from a history where when issues of menstrual health in schools would be dealt with, boys would be asked to get out of the room so that only girls will be receiving that content. But we've cleared that as basic education. Now we're very clear, we give content to all children at the same time. And we also do recognize that sanitary dignity is not just sanitary pads, but it is sanitary dignity even for the boy child. And I think later on, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities will give us the quantitative data in terms of budget allocations and the reach of the program. But as it stands right now, they are using an implementing partner model where in particular provinces, it is implemented by social development provincial departments, and then in particular provinces, it is delivered by provincial education departments. So we looked at the roles and responsibilities that we have agreed to as the different departments that are responsible. And as far as basic education is concerned, I've already indicated the issues around curriculum development and oversight. And I think more recently, between ourselves and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, we've also then agreed that we're going to get even closer in the monitoring and reporting for the implementation of this work. Because over time, it has always been a dotted line accountability of these provincial departments directly to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. But I think the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities has opened up, pathways for the Department of Basic Education to also form part of these monitoring mechanisms. And in the recent weeks, also we've been engaging with different portfolio committees, the Portfolio Committee on Women, the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, and I think that proposal has been adopted to say that the Department of Basic Education needs to get a bit more involved in the monitoring as well. And what we have taken also as the isolated department is the infrastructure and wash facilities. You will recall that we have introduced the sanitation safe for education program, which ensures that there's going to be sanitation facilities in our schools. School toilets are going to be refurbished or built or replaced. Even the new schools now are taking into account the need for wash services. Okay. I think it's also important then to indicate, Chair, and to the House that comprehensive sexuality education for us is, which is delivered in life orientation and life skills, is the subject home for content related to menstrual health and sanitary dignity in basic education. And when you look at how it has been designed, even though we do get some criticisms that we start too late, which may be fair because children now start very early at around the ages of 9 and 10 to menstruate. But this is how we've structured it in a way that is incremental and that is gradual to ensure that within the ages of 10 to 12, around grades 4 to 6, you've got a particular level at which you approach the content and so forth and so forth. I think the older ages or the higher grades would deal with this issue from a rights-based perspective. And I think this is in alignment with how we have also positioned the work at basic education, because for us, it is not a hygiene issue or a health issue, but it is a human rights issue. And so we locate it like that. So these slides are just showing some of the very basic content and illustrations that we use with young people to take them through the content. And, sometimes we get a lot of pushback about these because for us, it is basic knowledge that young people should have. But for many other people, they tend to take that and over-sexualize what we do. But we do teach them about puberty. The body of a girl child and the body of a boy child, they need to understand how that develops. They need to understand how the reproductive system develops with amongst young people. And they also need to know where they need to go to find help. They also are given content where they also have to look at the social aspects of menstrual health and sanitary dignity. For example, when they are confused about that, and when they want to, this other one says, I have to go shopping with my mother today, but I want to listen to music with my friends, or sometimes I get cross for no reason, so that they understand how the hormonal imbalance works together with their menstruation. When we left last year, the Joint Portfolio Committee on Basic Education and Higher Education, one of the things that were given there, Chairperson, we were asked by the Joint Portfolio Committee, have we considered and have we exhausted all available avenues? And you made a point earlier on about government having to go to find money where we say that we don't have money. And I think that was an aha moment for all of us in that room on that day. The question was, have you exhausted all avenues available to government to ensure that you've got 100% universal coverage of sanitary dignity? And the question was, how? And members of the Portfolio Committee then said, well, you could look at other departments beyond basic education, health, and social development. They could come on board. There may just be some responsibilities that they may pick up to help you reach universal access. And so we went away and we convened an education indaba on menstrual health and sanitary dignity, which of course you had apologized not to attend, but the other Portfolio Committee members were there. I think it was a beautiful leadership demonstrated on that day that just came out of that Joint Portfolio Committee, Chairperson. In that indaba, what were we aiming to do? We were aiming to establish a comprehensive multi-departmental strategy to achieving universal access. And as I anticipated, many of the departments only after that engagement began to understand what role they could play in making this a reality or a possibility. And out of that, we also then agreed that we would need to convene smaller task teams that look at particular aspects about menstrual health and sanitary dignity, like the National Integrated Social Protection Information Systems task team is already doing the work to ensure that there is data that we're able to follow about beneficiaries of this program. We also needed to identify and commit some resources. We could find smaller pockets of resources, if you want to call it that, because, for example, the Department of Higher Education and Training was giving us some information about NSFAS and the provision for sanitary dignity. That was already covered earlier. But even the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development was saying to us, as part of the reparation program in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we've got about 4,000 applicants for that program. And each of the children that are under an applicant actually get an allowance for self-care. And that allowance is also for, sanitary dignity products that they get for those children, irrespective of what it is. But it's really just smaller pockets. They don't make a dent, even though in principle, they're supposed to take us closer to universal access, but it's really just small amounts of beneficiaries that we can count from that. But then all the other departments were indicating to us that initially they never thought that they would have a role, but now that we say that they could play a role, they would go back and look at how they reposition and restructure to ensure that they assist us. But I think the Department of Treasury also then recommended that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities should make an additional case for submission for additional resources. The other thing that we're aiming to do at that Indaba was to foster public-private partnerships. And I think we have managed to do very well here because we are now in the process of closing particular agreements that we have with different brands and different private partners. But we also then out of that decided that we'd also collaborate with civil society, on particular pieces of work that they do on advocacy. For example, I know that our friends from Equal Education Law Center are here. We've been doing work with them. Curate is here. We've been doing podcasting for young people. I Menstruate, even before we came here, they were able to make the call to say, hey, what are we going to say when we get to Parliament? Because we have been engaging quite a lot on these issues, but at least we have managed to foster those relationships. And then lastly, we wanted to agree on a proper implementation and monitoring framework. And that is now something that is currently being developed. And as I said, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities has strengthened this piece of work. And I just want to show you a small clip that summarizes what happened on that day. Hey, Anel, I forgot to check if it's gonna play. I hope it does. I prayed for it, it will play. It seems like there's no sound. Okay. Look, without the sound, it's not gonna work, and I don't want to waste your time, Chair, now by trying to, I think honorable members will be able to see it when they view it again. Such a disappointment because it's such a beautiful video that allows you to see what had happened on that day. But in conclusion then, Chair, some of the new developments that we have agreed to is that we now understand some of the misconceptions around menstrual health and sanitary dignity. And I think with the new developments that are happening in the space of health standards and so forth, we are probably going to have a greater responsibility to carry out public education on this issue. And so with our civil society organizations, we have agreed on a social mobilization, advocacy, and communication strategy, which will allow us to be able to bring each other into the rooms where we are so that we can continue with these public education initiatives. And I think what will happen now is that the NISPIS, the National Integrated Social Protection Information System, is going to help us to also follow the academic performance of children who are beneficiaries of this program. Because in the same way that we're doing it with the National School Nutrition Program, we're doing with social grants, we will also then be doing it with menstrual health and sanitary dignity. And we are now moving the engagements from national conversations to school-based implementation of whatever we agree to with the private partners. And as a way forward, Chair, there's a couple of things that we had proposed, which I've already spoken to. But I think the most important one on this slide is the issue around product mix and product choice, which is probably an answer which helps us. And as I said, menstrual health and sanitary dignity is viewed as a human rights matter. And so it helps us to then ensure that we uphold body autonomy principles for young women and girls, because we now are increasingly understanding that not all women use the same solution to their menstrual health a challenge. Others use pads, others use tampons, others use menstrual cups and so forth. So there are all of these different things. And we have begun to engage with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And we have agreed that it will probably take a very intensive feasibility study so that you understand, for example, at the basic minimum, Chair, understand when you take a consignment to a school, how many pads are you taking? How many tampons are you taking? How many menstrual cups are you taking? Because not all of those children are going to be using those products. And so there needs to be an understanding so that we also are able to contain the resources that we have, because we don't have resources to just send these products all and sundry to schools. It's gonna need to be data driven. We understand what the consignment should look like when we take it to a school, so that all women and girls that are in our schools feel that they have a choice to a product that they prefer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, are you saying we're not giving all learners their dignity packs? Are they all receiving, Dr. Whitley? Do we have learners who are not receiving?
No, Chair, and I think the detail certainly will be picked up by our colleagues in women and youth people with disabilities.
Okay. Because I was going to say that there's a document I'm looking for here from National Treasury. We have National Treasury this year, 2026, the budget that starts today. 2026, 2027, they've budgeted 344 billion to basic education. Then I don't know how much here goes to NSNP, goes to learner transport, because some learner transport are at Department of Transport, some of them are at provincial departments. So these companies that we give so much money to, there must be an understanding that they must also play a role in the lives of these young people. So we can't be giving people a tender of 10 billion to provide food. Sometimes they don't even bring that food on time, and we just let them be. So there must be, if the leadership of the department says, this is the direction we want to take. Because this thing of social responsibility must be embedded in everybody. You can't be doing business with the state and not contribute, at least, do bursaries, menstrual products, do something. Because in any case, these people, they take this money, they go drink it, they buy Lamborghinis with the same color, doesn't make sense. So they must play a role in the lives of our people. So we'll move on to the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities. They had not given us a name, so the only DDG in the department, I'm assuming it will be you. Please take us through.
Good morning, Chairperson. Mr. Machoba is present. He is the lead program manager in the department. He will then take us through the presentation, but you will get a sense in terms of the budget allocations, the number of beneficiaries that are catered for in terms of that budget allocation. And also, I think we will also raise some of the areas of concerns or challenges with recommendations. but we are the department that is responsible. We drafted the sanitary dignity framework. We are responsible for monitoring the implementation of the framework and monitoring either the social development departments or the education department through the national task team that we are coordinating at national level. But I will hand over to him, and when it's question time, we will then all take the responsibility for responses. Thank you, Chairperson.
Can go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, colleagues from other departments, as well as fellow activists in the menstrual health space, and everybody else that is in the gathering. By way of introduction, Chairperson, just to indicate that we have what we call a Sanitary Dignity National Task Team, which meets on a quarterly basis. For purposes of integration, these departments that are presenting today are part of that national task team, wherein we meet quarterly, and we also obtain quarterly reports from provinces in terms of the progress with the rollout. Just to indicate that in terms of the policy situation, we have what we call the Sanitary Dignity Implementation Framework, which is the main policy document for the Sanitary Dignity Program that was developed in 2017 and approved by Cabinet in 2019-20 financial year. So the Sanitary Dignity Implementation Framework is designed to ensure access to menstrual health and hygiene products for indigent or poor girl learners in quintiles 1, 2, and 3, which are no-fee paying schools, inclusive of special and farm schools. And just to mention, Chairperson, because sometimes this may not be known, that there are farm schools, which were always there as classical institutions of learning in farming areas. And in this instance, we've got them, you might be surprised, in Gauteng, Eastern Cape, Northwest, Western Cape, and Northern Cape. We are surprised, though, that we don't have a record in KZN. Would have expected that there would be farm schools in KZN, but we'll follow that issue up. And then, of course, inclusive of special schools. This is to ensure uninterrupted learning so that they can reach their fullest potential. That is girl learners, just like boys, so that they are not inhibited by the natural process of menstruation, Chairperson. So the purpose of the framework is to ensure that women and girls manage their menstruation in a safe, knowledgeable, and dignified manner, and we overemphasize the word dignified manner. The framework involves a multi-sector approach, for example, integrating health, education, gender equality, and social development policies. In terms of the key strategic areas for the Sanitary Dignity Implementation Framework, it is to provide an integrated and coordinated responsive government program aimed at provision of sanitary products free of charge to indigent girls and women. 2, to provide for interdepartmental and intergovernmental cooperation. 3, to provide acceptable national norms and standards in respect of various aspects related to sanitary dignity and sanitary products. Before this program, Chairperson, there were philanthropic organizations, even individuals that would donate sanitary pads to schools or a whole range of other menstrual products other than disposable sanitary pads. But we saw it fit to develop an integrated national policy in order to ensure that there are proper norms and standards. And also to ensure that the provision of sanitary pads is not exploited commercially, and also to provide for awareness campaigns and sanitary dignity in general, and the provision of this framework in particular, with a view to educate all persons involved in respect of their rights, duties, responsibilities, roles and functions, as the case may be, Also to improve the level of menstrual health and hygienic practices of indigent persons with a view to improve their quality of life, to contribute towards the improvement of the learning capacity of indigent persons, especially indigent girl learners, to promote the empowerment of indigent persons in society, and lastly, to promote the empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the economy. Now, in terms of the implementing departments, this is a very important slide, Chair and honorable members, that we receive an equitable share allocation from National Treasury. It's not equal, it's equitable, which is based on the population density, the expansiveness of the land. So it's not equal, but equitable based on those considerations. So the money comes from National Treasury, and it does not even come to our shores as DWIPD. It is dispersed directly to provincial treasuries, and then from the provincial treasuries, further dispersed to what is referred to as implementing departments. In this case, those implementing departments would be the departments of education in provinces, as well as the departments of social development. It is really a choice of those particular provinces based on their own operational architecture. So we don't basically enter anywhere in as far as determining which province must roll out this program through what department. So as indicated there, the departments that roll this program under the auspices of the Department of Education or Departments of Education is the Northwest, Northern Cape, KZN, Limpopo, and Free State. And those that roll out through the Departments of Social Development is Western Cape, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. Now, this is the equitable share allocation that I was alluding to, honorable members and colleagues, to indicate that for the financial year 2026-27, starting from today, the allocation there is 266,655,000. That is the total allocation. And as indicated, that it is in equitable share allocation, which is earmark funding, just for purposes of ensuring that menstruators receive these well-needed products. Just a snippet of what you see in front of you, which you will have enough time to go through. You will see that the biggest earner in terms of the equitable share allocation is KZN at 62,871,000. But additional to that, KZN has added a further 10 million to add into, in fact, I'm sorry, it's 30 million in addition to this amount, because it's up to provinces to be innovative and creative, Chair and honorable members, to add to this equitable allocation. Is something that we do encourage. So by and large, their budget is give or take a little bit above 90 million for this purpose. And then the next province is the Eastern Cape at 48,348,000. There's no additional allocation from the province, but that's the second highest earner in terms of the budget. And that is followed by Limpopo at 42,095,000. And then the others, as you can see, colleagues, you'll just go through them, honorable members, at your own time. But you can see that the smallest beneficiary of this is Northern Cape with 5,994,000. Whilst Northern Cape is the biggest landmass, but it has the smallest population in the country. So then that actually explains what looks like a minimum amount that is received by that province. But also to just, before I pass from this slide, to just go to the Gauteng scenario. As you can see, in Gauteng, they receive 32,841,000 from the equitable share allocation. But there's an additional allocation there from the Provincial Department of Social Development, which is 130 million in addition to this allocation. It is because, firstly, they always had a program of this nature long before the inception of our sanitary dignity program in 2019. And they call that it's a sanitary dignity, it's a dignity pack program, which is more expansive than just the rollout of disposable sanitary pads. It includes hats, lipstick, and sunscreens for learners with albinism. It further that is for both girls and boys. Secondly, it includes deodorants and lotion or Vaseline. That is for boys and girls as well in that indigent category. And then uniforms for certain category of those indigents, and also toothpaste and toothbrush, because it's a dignity pack wholesome program, which by far the Gauteng province goes further. It's the only province that goes further than just distributing disposable sanitary pads, which could be a benchmark in future in terms of other provinces following suit in as far as the situation is concerned. And then also to just indicate, Chairperson and honorable members, that besides the equitable allocation from National Treasury, which was negotiated by DWYPD, also there are other sister departments that are contributors to the sanitary dignity program. Firstly, as indicated, that all National Student Financial Aid Scheme beneficiaries receive monthly stipends on top of other allocations that they receive. Of course, we put there 300 rands per month, unbeknown to us that the amount is now 317. So we respectfully would want to correct that, Chair. And also to indicate that from the Department of Correctional Services, all women serving and remanded receive free sanitary pads at correctional services. And then also from the Department of Social Development, free sanitary pads are provided to women and girls in places of safety and places of care, as well as related centers. And also that includes youth-headed households. However, one of the challenges that we have, both with correctional services and the Department of Social Development, is that we still have to get more evidence-based information, because we don't have actual data as to, at least with correctional services, we knew that it was about, in 2024, it was about 3.9 thousand people at correctional centers. But with the Department of Social Development, the challenge is that we're not getting figures in terms of the overall budget, as well as the beneficiaries that they are able to reach. So that is a matter that we're still following up. Also with the Department of Health, it's the same situation. We do know for a fact that sanitary pads are given free to girls and women in maternity and psychiatric wards in our public hospitals, but we do not have the information in terms of the numbers, because they say it's very difficult to extract them because they are part of a basket of other services. But we're hoping that they will find a way to be able to decipher that amount so that we are very clear, we have a very clear line of sight in terms of the budget. And then lastly, of course, in terms of the above, this is in line with priority 2 of the 7th administration on reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, as these interventions serve as poverty reduction measures. And then in terms of the key approaches in implementing the sanitary dignity framework, in terms of policy and legislation support. The DWIPD is responsible for the development and enforcement of policies that recognize menstrual health as a fundamental human right, which is embedded in the Constitution as well. Also, the Sanitary Dignity Implementation Framework puts emphasis on integrating menstrual health into national health and education strategies for effective and efficient menstrual health programs. Also, the department played an advocacy role in ensuring removal of taxes on sanitary products to enhance affordability. As such, there is a zero VAT rate on disposable sanitary pads as from April of 2019 up until the present period. But I must say that it is not DWIPD alone, a civil society organization, including some of the colleagues and institutions that are here today, were part of that effort to ensure that there is a zero VAT rate on menstrual products. But we still have to analyze more what this really means. Does it mean after 2019, hitherto, therefore, these products are more accessible, or was it just a soundbite? So we need to move beyond just a declaration of zero VAT rate, but to say, what does it really mean in the everyday life of a menstruator? And also to say that DWIPD developed guidelines to simplify aspects of the framework so that it is easy, it's an easy toolkit to be utilized by provinces at implementation. And also we've developed a monitoring and implementation framework to enhance better planning and execution and monitoring for a result-based outcomes process. And we continue to hold workshops with provinces in terms of that MNE framework. And also, as indicated in terms of the financial mandate, this equitable share allocation is dispersed directly to the provinces through National Treasury. Product accessibility and distribution, I will just indicate in terms of this that the provision of sanitary products in schools, public institutions, and marginalized communities is free. There is a reasonable call in some circles to support alternative menstrual products other than disposable sanitary pads due to some environmental concerns that are caused by disposable sanitary pads. So what is happening right now is that in terms of product mix and product choice, as Mr. Bottoman has indicated, we are currently working on a modality to ensure that we broaden access beyond just disposable sanitary pads to include menstrual cups, tampons, period panties, reusable and rewashables. But some of the issues really that constrain us, Chairperson, and is something that perhaps we could be assisted to an extent by the portfolio committee as well, is that some of the products, as much as they are prudent products to use, and even gynecologists and experts have indicated that these products are safe to use. But we also need to take into consideration particular areas in our country where there is some reticence in the use of products that are insertables into the body, especially in communities where virginity testing is practiced, Eastern Cape, KZN, in some parts of Mpumalanga. So in other words, is to navigate and increase advocacy and information sessions so that there is no link between the usage of these products and the breaking of the hymen. After all, a hymen can break from horse riding, bicycle riding, intense sport like swimming or gymnastics. So there's no real causality as such, but issues like that need a particular modality. Provinces have to go down and actually ensure that they do the necessary product acceptance exercises. That is why some of the provinces are delaying us in terms of actually including the product mix or choice kind of modality. But we are hoping that that process in the passage of time, sooner than later, will be able to go beyond this particular obstruction. And then the intersectionality, of course, between the sanitary dignity program and the school infrastructure is that we have to look in collaboration with our colleagues at DBE, as Mr. Likobotoman has indicated. We need to ensure that there is menstruator or girl-friendliness of ablution facilities. For instance, lockable toilet cubicles for safety and dignity, availability of water and soap, availability of waste bins for disposal of used products, and also training of staff, learners, and community on maintaining sanitary dignity infrastructure through the school wash committees. And also another important issue, engendering a culture of co-ownership by immediate communities around the school and learners themselves, so that incidences of vandalism are minimized and eventually eliminated, so that the infrastructure can also be kept in a standard that is acceptable. And then on education and awareness, we do work with various stakeholders, Chair and honorable members, like United Nations Population Fund, UNICEF, WaterAid, Days for Girls, and some of the organizations that are here from civil society to ensure that we deepen education and awareness on issues of menstrual health and hygiene. That also speak to issues of environmental consideration, which is very, very important, that menstruators need to have proper understanding of usage as well as safe disposal of these products. We also collaborate well with other departments in terms of ensuring that there is proper waste collection and disposal. In terms of the monitoring and evaluation of the program, as indicated, we have developed an MNE framework, and we have taken provinces through various workshops in terms of understanding how to use that tool. And also there are provincial sanitary dignity committees, which are very critical for integrated work within the provinces to ensure that there is accountability. And of course, the portfolio committee does play a role. And we also, Chairperson and honorable members, we also invite civil society and NGOs to monitor this program in their various environments, in the schools nearby, as long as those schools are quintiles 1, 2, and 3, farm schools, as well as special schools, to actually alert us in instances where it might happen that in those schools, some learners or all of them do not receive these products, so that we can take the matter up. So we also believe in multi-stakeholder collaboration, because we realize that this is not a matter that is only for the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and its sister departments, but that is a societal matter where other players have to come in. So we always put an emphasis on collaborations. And then the other issue that is very important is about ensuring that there is standardization. I'm not going to really go at length on this, but the most important thing is that we have to ensure that all provinces implement this program in a standardized manner in terms of the targeting of beneficiaries, in terms of ensuring that the budget that is dispersed by National Treasury is used optimally. Because some of the problems that we're experiencing is that some provinces don't use the money optimally, Chairperson and honorable members. And as a result of that, the money goes back to the fiscus. Yet there is a demand for such products from learners. So issues of better planning and execution, monitoring and evaluation become very, very important as we go along. And then in terms of recommendations, which we are working through with provinces and also our sister departments, at national level is to, as indicated, heighten standardization in all aspects of the program so that it is a predictable program that is implementable and that is benefiting all menstruators. Also to look at pricing to avoid exploitation by service providers, because what happens is that provinces go through public procurement processes and then obtain service providers that take these products to the learners. So as part of the procurement process, we also look at how we can ensure that there's no exploitation in terms of pricing by service providers, and three, to strengthen monitoring and evaluation, and also to strengthen the role of the district-based support teams in assisting provinces, and also to use NGOs and civil society organizations as our eyes and ears, because they live in communities and they'll be able to help us in ensuring that there is evidence-based reporting. Also, another important issue is to set targets more astutely by provinces in order to fully utilize the budget and to avoid thumb-sucking tendencies, because one of the issues is that the targeting becomes too low and you still have a number of beneficiaries that are not benefiting. So we've actually spoken to provinces to ensure that there needs to be a more scientific targeting of beneficiaries so that the money can be used optimally. And also, of course, to explore effective and innovative ways of distribution to ensure that there is efficiency and also dignity to the recipients, and also to link menstrual health with sexual and reproductive health, and also the availability of water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. That is why we're also linking this with our adolescent pregnancy national strategic plan, which we are involved in as we speak right now. And second, last, to say also one of the most important issue, especially for provinces, is that they need to plan on time. If a tender is about to lapse, they cannot start planning at that specific point for the next tender. Whereas they can plan a year ahead so that there's a seamless process from one tender expiry to the new tender, so that learners are not delayed in as far as receiving these well-needed products. As we always say, Chair and honorable members, that there might be a delay in the supply of these products, but there's no delay in menstruation. So it's a big disservice to the learners or to the beneficiaries. And also the important issue as well is to use the equitable share allocation for what it is intended for, because it is earmark funding. In other words, it cannot be used for other purposes other than for what it is intended for. That is the end of my presentation, Chair. And of course, when the discussion ensues, we will welcome questions that shall arise, because there's more to just what we have presented right now. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. It was quite a lengthy presentation. And here you are saying there's more. So, but thank you very much. So we'll take a 15-minute body break. We have coffee here and some veg, fruits. So let's help ourselves for the next, we're back at 12:15. When we come back, Nokzola, we'll start with you. And then we'll then go to Tracy after that. 15 minutes, wheelchair.
Can I withdraw money? Yeah, 500.
Sorry?
It's not important. It's 3 or 2. Fine. Yeah. I just
Mute,
moved.
mute, Karabo, mute.
Hey, man. Thank you.
Yes. I know the people from Department of Higher Education. David, we always tell you must not book flights. Because if we say from 9 till 4, it's like in football. They say the game is 90 minutes. But then there's injuries, the referee adds. So I know, Tandis, there's something you want to say to me about your flight. You are fine. Perfect. No, if you are fine, Sam Zungu, I'm not going to ask him. If it leaves him, he must walk. Welcome back, colleagues. We, including our colleagues online. I just want to make sure that, oh yeah. So we're now going to go to Ms. Nokuzola Ndwandwe, who's the founder of Team Free Sanitary Pads, who's going to give us an update on the report on the provision of menstrual hygiene among school girls and women in South Africa, update on the proposal for the menstrual health rights bill, Team Sanitary Pads program and projects. So Team Free Sanitary Pads programs and projects. So she's going to take us through. Members online, after this presentation, we have one more. Then after that, I'm going to come to you. So I'm going to plead with you to please make sure you have connectivity. You are able to open your videos, because we will be coming to you, and Parliament TV had indicated that doesn't look good when you, it just shows the name. At least let it show your face as well. So we will then have that particular session. So please make sure you have connectivity. Nokuzola.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'd like to highlight that the sanitary dignity in South Africa is not protected by law. It is guided by a framework that has proven itself to not protect the rights or enforce any dignity, with all the inconsistencies and some maladministration at some point, and just some blank point negligent. However, today I'm not here to highlight any shortcomings of government, nor am I here to point fingers, but essentially I'm here to actually push forward for a way as to how we can work together as government, as civil society, and as lawmakers. The sanitary dignity framework is not law. There are no legal consequences when it fails the very same goals that it claims to protect, and it is meant to protect. Today, a girl's access to sanitary dignity products is dependent on her province, her school, or her circumstances, not on her rights. Chairperson, that is not dignity. That is inequality. The fact that women and young girls still have to prove that we have a crisis in South Africa, that they still have to prove that menstruation is a natural biological process, that we still have to waste taxpayers' monies to actually have conversations, ongoing conversations, but in the end, no constructive or fruitful action for all women and young girls in South Africa. We cannot continue to treat menstrual health as just a program. It is a matter of human rights, dignity, and equality. I believe personally, as a representative of over 31 organizations, as part of the civil society, Team Free Sanitary Pads, Curate, Women's Health, to mention a few, that it's time we move from just policy to protection, from framework to an actual law, to a Menstrual Health Rights Act that guarantees access, accountability, and dignity for all. Importantly, buy-in from multinationals, businesses, as businesses love legislation. Businesses love structure, and currently we do not have a proper feasible structure at play. It's just all of us, civil society, the government, working sometimes in silos, sometimes together, but there's no really constructive, measurable action. Something accelerated whereby women and young girls have access to their dignity in the same model as condom supply. Chairperson, the Blueprint for Dignity, a strategic mandate for menstrual health rights, legislative reform, and eradicating period poverty in South Africa. I wish to re-emphasize something that we have been pushing for a very long time: the scale of period poverty in South Africa. That through grassroots surveys, through engaging communities, 83% of girl learners in South Africa lack regular access to menstrual hygiene products at school and at home. 1 in 4 girls miss school monthly. 30% of learners are chronically absent due to a lack of safe, accessible sanitary products, as we have currently seen with the recent reports from the University of the Free State on the chemicals contained in menstrual products and their adverse effect over long-term exposure to unsafe menstrual products circulating either in our economy or being distributed by civil society organizations. And in rural communities, an average taxi fare is 110 Rand that women and young girls must pay to reach the nearest town to stock affordable sanitary supplies. Chairperson, why this mission exists? In 2014, I suffered through severe period pain to attending a male-dominated workplace, and the pain escalated to a point that I had to be hospitalized and diagnosed with endometriosis, a condition that affects many women and young girls out there, but a condition which is often under-researched and not really talked about in society. And at that point, I felt that it was time to actually deconstruct the narrative and educate both men and women on matters around menstrual health and hygiene management. In essence, the crisis around period poverty extends beyond school absence, as highlighted by the Sanitary Dignity Framework, which is more concentrated on school-going learners and universities. However, the issue, as we believe as civil society, does not discriminate. Whether women are working or going to school, they often cannot afford menstrual products, nor can they afford their health living needs due to gender pay gaps. In essence, it jeopardizes women's health and career advancement in the workplace. So the downstream economics of inadequate provision, when we have lack of affordable pads, we are faced with a vicious cycle of period poverty, where women and young girls resort to unhygienic alternatives like newspapers, rags, cow dung, as seen in various African countries like Zimbabwe, reproductive tract infections, and physical discomfort, as also highlighted by the research by the University of the Free State around the chemicals contained in menstrual products, which leads to school absenteeism, where young girls miss up to 8 days per month, and workplace disruption, which affects the livelihood of women in the workplace. This also results in reduced concentration, increased stigma, and increased dropout rates. In essence, we have sustained economic poverty and vulnerability, whereby some women have to resort to transactional sex for pad money. Our mission as Team Free Sanitary Pads and over 31 organizations, and I'm menstruates as well, is that we would like to actually bring to the attention of Parliament and also of the chairperson that menstrual products do contain some dangers when it comes to the chemicals contained, because women and young girls all have different bodies and all react differently to the types of menstrual products that they are exposed to. As a result, we need a legislation which actually calls for transparency in the products that are in the chemicals, or rather the inputs that are contained in the menstrual products. Because such chemicals create disruptors that are linked to reproductive health issues, including endometriosis and infertility over a long time. And due to lack of mandatory testing, it allows these unsafe products on the market. Our coalition of activists calls for change. We're advocating for immediate policy reform and mandatory safe standards. I feel like it cannot be that we are how many years into democracy? More than 30 years now, but still we're sitting here, even in a democratic country like South Africa, and we're still debating reproductive health rights. We're debating eradicating period poverty. It should be a reality that South Africa actually provides free menstrual products, that it provides for transparency in the types of chemicals that are contained in menstrual products, and that it provides for 3-day paid menstrual leave for women and young girls that actually suffer from menstrual health related illnesses. It is evidence that the failing system is not just an economic issue, but a public health crisis. So our solution, and placing emphasis in the solution, is that we need a legislation. Yes, we have a framework, which we have seen efforts from governments and various provinces. And as I've highlighted, that there are often inconsistencies. And these inconsistencies are not just experienced by government alone, they're also experienced by civil society. The lack of funding, the lack of being able to reach women and young girls in remote communities, the lack of safety of actually reaching particular communities in South Africa. So something essentially has to be done, and it has to be done immediately, which is why we're calling for a menstrual health rights bill and law, because it brings about enforceable legislation rather than a voluntary policy where some can actually get away with the type of menstrual products that are produced or distributed in the economy, even though they are adversarial when it comes to women's health. Also, universal access. We need free menstrual products in all schools, in all public toilets, and in all tertiary institutions. And often the argument is that where will we get the funds? And as I have highlighted again, we need buy-in and investment from multinational businesses, and businesses like structure, businesses like legislation, Businesses want something that they can report on and they can measure and they can see whether it actually is impactful in society. We also need product safety. Currently, the retail, when it comes to menstrual products, I think I've mentioned this in previous presentations to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, that we have an unregulated retail and NGO distribution. And we need mandatory SAPRA oversight, where we have ingredient disclosure and independent safety testing. And we need more corporate engagement and more corporate buy-in. As we have seen with the various presentations from the various different departments, we need investments. We need structured investments from the multinationals, from the people that actually have the money, while we have the resources and the manpower. The architecture of change, a menstrual health rights bill, it ensures universal access. It ensures SAPRA regulation. It ensures fiscal relief and labor protection, where we institute menstrual health rights leave for workers and scholars suffering from chronic diagnosed menstrual-related illnesses like endometriosis. And the diagnosis is something that also needs to be opened up for debate, as women and young girls should also be have a right to confidentiality, whereby they don't have to disclose that they are going through a particular condition, but rather that they be granted their rights in terms of menstrual health. The true cost of menstruation. Currently, we're faced with rising fuel prices, which we have an issue with inflation. As a result, we have expensive, unregulated retail pads, exorbitant transport costs. They are still going to go up due to fuel prices, and women and young girls experience out-of-pocket medical aid and gynecology costs to treat infections caused either by poor quality products or products that are not of a menstrual health nature. The constitutional ideal on the other side is that we need free points of use access, and we already have the VAT-free, but rather we need the import tax-free product mix. Just like Mr. Machoba highlighted, that it's not enough that we scrap VAT on menstrual products, because in essence, we have the issue of rising costs and fuel prices, but rather we need a long-term solution, but a long-term solution that ensures accelerated implementation and oversight. Menstrual products are not a luxury. Expecting women to bear the compound cost of both the product and the medical fallout is a failure of economic justice. Currently, as also highlighted by Dr. Dube Ngube, we have countries with key legislation. What is stopping South Africa from implementing legislation that actually protects the rights of women and young girls when it comes to menstrual health and hygiene management? We have Scotland, first in the world to make period products free for all, where local authorities are legally bound to provide free items. We have Kenya, which provides free pads in all public school, and they've gone as far as providing paid leave. Then we have New Zealand. They offer free products, but they also offer free paid leave. South Africa, currently we stand on the VAT scrap, of which it's not enough. And currently we have some form of commitment by the government in terms of distribution in schools, but again, we're faced with shortcomings and inconsistencies and budget limitations, also poor quality menstrual products circulating in the economy. In Canada, we have federally regulated workplaces must provide free menstrual products. We have France, which offers free menstrual products in universities and prisons. And then we have Spain. In essence, providing free menstrual products for all young girls and women is something that is doable. However, it needs structure. It needs buy-in from different stakeholders that actually have the resources and we have the manpower. It needs collective action, not just a one-sided approach whereby the government does everything or civil society does everything or multinationals do everything. We all need to take a stand. So our work as Team Free Sanitary Pads, we also conduct church activations, campus visits, and we educate young girls and women on quality menstrual health, and we normalize menstruation as a standard health issue rather than just the distribution of free menstrual products. We also have moved for the formal communication with Parliament, submitting change.org petitions and marching to the union buildings and Parliament to demand structural budget policy. In essence, it's not just a charity movement, but rather it's a movement calling for permanent change in our constitutional democracy. Unignorable grassroots momentum. Over 40,000 signatures from across the globe have been supporting the call for South Africa to actually have its first menstrual health rights bill and law, where the protection of women and young girls are actually enshrined in a law in terms of the provision of free menstrual products and the protection of the health of women and young girls. From rural church workshops in KZN to full-scale marches on the union buildings in Pretoria, the demand has shifted from temporary charity to permanent constitutional rights. The macroeconomic catalyst. So how will the menstrual health rights bill and law be effective, and what is the return on investment when it comes to menstrual health rights? Is that we have a universal provision of safe sanitary pads, which means that we eradicate period poverty and reduce absenteeism by up to 8 days per month. We increase female graduation rates and mitigate transactional sex risks. We retain women in the corporate workplace without penalty, and we close the gender pay gap and boost the national gross domestic product. Menstrual health, as emphasized by the various presenters so far from the various departments, is that it's not merely a women's health issue. It is a foundational driver of socio-economic justice and economic growth. Therefore, Chairperson, honorable members, guests, it is a constitutional mandate of Parliament and government departments. In Section 27, it states that the South African Constitution guarantees the right to healthcare. Access to sanitary dignity falls unequivocally under this provision, yet we are still very far from achieving the dignity for all women and young girls in South Africa. Section 28(1)(c) reinforces the rights of children, demanding the state provide basic nutrition, shelter, and basic healthcare services, including safe menstrual management in schools. Section 29 guarantees the right to a basic education. The lack of access to sanitary products disrupts this right, leading to high absenteeism and dropout rates for girls. The global obligations fulfills the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 3, 4, and 5, and complies with the CEDAW to prohibit gender-based discrimination due to young girls and women having to resort to transactional sex to actually afford their health living needs. The absence of a Menstrual Health Act undermines the state's constitutional and international obligations. It is time to legislate dignity. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. For your passionate presentation of your presentation. I really appreciate. We're now going to go to the next one, which will be led by Tracy. We really appreciate Nokzola, the work that you put in here. We don't take it for granted. Another accept me first there.
I will present.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. She's going to speak. You are going to present. Okay. Yeah, I like the usage of words. We'll speak, you will present. Let's go. Did you add?
Once again, Honorable Chair,
Accept.
honorable members, and everyone on this floor.
No.
My name is Tshegofatso Mabilane. I am a 16-year-old from Tutoke Matla Engineering School of Specialization in Gauteng. I am the national learner representative of I Menstruate movement. I sit on its board and help guide the strategy of a movement working to eradicate period poverty in South Africa. But today I'm not only here as a representative, I'm here conveying the experiences of millions of children who menstruate, who are silenced by fear, shame, and neglect. And I'm here to demand one thing. Menstrual products must be free for all in South Africa. We don't choose to menstruate, it just happens. Access to a sanitary pad is not a luxury, it's a basic necessity, and everyone deserves it. Honorable members, menstrual products must be free for all in South Africa. Because the condoms are free, the condoms are free, and the government made them free because it knows that he knows that they protect people's health and dignity, and the same care and respect should be given to girls and everyone who menstruates. Honorable members, listen to these voices. This is what period poverty looks like. Olerato Sithebe from Tsoseletso Secondary School in Mangaung, Free State, says it is uncomfortable to attend school without pads. Some of her classmates stay at home and miss their childhood. Tshireletso Makita from Igusasa Comprehensive School in Tembisa says when she first had her period, she hid her underwear under her bed, afraid of shame, afraid of being noticed, meaning that menstruating without support crushes your self-esteem. Aphelele Mrojana from Loiso Secondary School at Gqeberha, Eastern Cape says, boys mock, bully, and humiliate you for menstruating. Kamogelo Ramashilo from Bokamoso Secondary School in Seshego, Limpopo shared that she stained herself when she had her first period. She was laughed at by boys and her confidence was completely crushed. So do you see what period poverty does to us? Ms. Monica Chilaule, a teacher in the Booking Secondary School in Mahikeng, Northwest, shares her story of menstruating and not wanting to be a burden. And she ends up finding comfort in the wrong places. And she says that these are the realities of many children who menstruate in South Africa. These stories align with the stories of many children who menstruate in public schools, especially in townships and in rural areas. This is period poverty. Period poverty is faces, lives, and dreams being crushed every month. It is being humiliated, menstruating without dignity, and menstruating without support. It is all girls and women who are menstruating, pushing through every day with no relief. We deserve better. We deserve safe toilets with privacy and water. We deserve free menstrual products. We deserve education that teaches us about our bodies so that we can take pride in them. But allow me to ask a question. What should a 12-year-old do when the people in power like you with the resources and the gravitas of their respective seats stall and ignore us. I am a child, I know my rights, I know my responsibilities, and more than that, I know that I'm not powerless. So I chose to join iMastrate in 2024, and my peers elected me to represent the country. We drafted dreams of a world where no child misses school because she menstruates. Those dreams gave birth to a bill that Ms. Tracy Malawana will be presenting, the Menstrual Health Equity Bill. In closing, honorable members of the Parliament and everyone on this floor, on behalf of all the children who are battling with period poverty on a monthly basis, as the future voters of this country, no, we call upon you, we call upon you, we call upon you to show up in each and every one of us, not in words, but in actions. We demand change. I chose to join iMastrate to demand change and to fight for what's right. In conclusion, the Portfolio Committee must make a resolution to introduce the Menstrual Health Equity Bill as its resolution to this convening. Thank you.
Before you come in, you see these old people. They are clapping and Zorona, all this. We're busy saying clock it. Luna, can you catch up? I'm joking. We can go ahead.
Honorable Chair, I'll need to be held. I am emotional. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to speak, but I'll do my best. I think listening to Siku speak, that is my work, and that's what we're trying to build in South Africa. Can you just give me a minute to...
You did say that you are not going to speak.
I'm presenting.
You're going to present, but take your time.
And I'll try to summarize so that I am within time. Mandla! Wait, who? Amanda! No, can we say it like we own it? Amanda! Gawetu! That's how I greet nowadays. Power to the people always. Power to young people always. Power to abantu abayexesheni on a monthly basis without support, without safety, and without the dignity that they deserve. And that it ends today. Can we all close our eyes? Close our eyes, trust me, we are safe. I am menstruating now. In many classrooms, my chair would be empty. You can open your eyes. I just wanted you to imagine that, because that is the experience, not only of girls who menstruate in South Africa, but that is the experience of many girls who menstruate across the world, and some of them whom I got a privilege to engage with. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the young people in the room. And most importantly, good morning to the people who are joining us at home and in different parts of the world. Igama lam ngesiXhosa ndinguNonkululo Tracy Malawana. In the streets, I'm known as Tracy Lulo, but you can call me Tracy Malawana. I was born and raised in a township, one of the biggest townships in South Africa, called Tembisa, which means promise. And I guess today I show up with that there is a promise, even though it's not fulfilled, but this 7th administration parliament, this youngest parliament in the history of South Africa, I believe, will change that reality, and not ngomso, but today. Honorable Chair Lindsay and honorable members, this moment for me, it matters. And it matters not because I menstruate, but it matters because I've met so many faces of period poverty in person. And the statistics, when we say 83%, those are the statistics that come from, this report called Bleeding in Silence, which we delivered in this parliament to this parliamentary committee in November 13th, 2024. And this report was compiled with experiences of young people in this country whom I got to meet, thriving with no funding as a part of I Menstruate, being driven by my father to different schools as a favor so that I am able to capture the experiences and the voices of young people in this country. This moment right now, it matters because when I introduced myself in 2024, I told you that I'm not coming to this work as I Menstruate. I'm coming to this work coming from my political home called Equal Education, which is a movement led by young people advocating for quality and equal education in this country. And today I'm carrying the stories of young people, Shashani, who are using pit latrines and unsafe sanitation, whom I got to meet through our school visits with Equal Education Law Center, which is represented in the room, and Equal Education as the Deputy General Secretary of Equal Education. This matter, this moment right now, Chair, it matters, and it matters because there are many girls, millions of girls, women, and all people who menstruate, who are menstruating, as I've said, without support, without dignity, and without safety. I would like to recognize this committee before I begin our presentation. As I've said, I'll try to rush through the presentation because I believe Chair will create another platform for us to deliberate further on what needs to happen next. I would like to recognize this portfolio committee for keeping its promise. It matters. You might take it for granted, but calling us as young people, the speaker before me, the speaker from I Menstruate, the speaker from Team Free Sanitary Pad, it matters for us to come and be able to engage you as decision makers of this country. Of course, we are decision makers, but as official decision makers of this country. Okay, I will start us off with our presentation. So a presentation here we're intentional to say achieving menstrual health equity in South Africa instead of saying eradicating period poverty in South Africa. And the reason why I'm saying that is because sometimes we need to use terms that are positive. We need to dream. What does the future look like instead of being stuck in the past? And I know it's difficult to dream, but Utsehu, who spoke before me, have explained to us what dreams have done for young people in this country, and I'll take you through that at a later stage. Okay, how do I navigate this thing? Sorry. Okay, I'm a Mac baby, so sorry about that. MacBook. Firstly, I'll just, we've introduced who we are. We are I Menstruate movement, a movement that is working to eradicate period poverty in South Africa. And we're saying period poverty in this context because many people know what period poverty is, but we don't know what is menstrual health equity. And we do that through movement building. So you see the young people, there's many of them in all parts of the country. We do awareness raising, so speaking in different schools and different spaces about menstruation. Why is it important for everyone in South Africa to understand menstruation? But why is it important for us as people who menstruate to understand our bodies so that we can love them? We do education So we do education as in like we have a toolkit where we train young people on the politics of menstruation and also give them tools to be able to organize themselves in their schools. We do advocacy, that's what we are doing right now, then direct service provision. So the big question for those who might not know what is period poverty, I don't prefer, saying those things, but I'll say them for the sake of today. I normally say it's simply menstruating with no dignity, safety, or support. So the big issue is the period poverty, the one that we are unpacking today. And period poverty means the lack of access to menstrual products, water, sanitation facilities, waste management is important, and menstrual health education. These are some of the facts that we know from the global organizations. So the first one, there are over 1.8 billion people who menstruate across the world. And out of that 1.8 billion, over 1.8 billion, there are 500 million menstruators who are experiencing period poverty, who are simply menstruating with no dignity, support, or safety. Then in South Africa, there are 30% of learners who are missing school because they don't have regular access to menstrual products. These are the statistics from this report, Bleeding in Silence. I'm not going to go through them because we did this in November 13th, 2024. But I believe this presentation will be published online. Sorry, I don't know what I did. Okay, Anele, please assist. I want to go back.
Okay.
But it did not do that when I did.
No.
Okay, now it's doing it. Maybe it wanted umnikas. Okay. Background and mandate so that I'm not confusing you. The reason why I'm speaking in that language to say, or family in that language to say that today we are not leaving this house, honorable members, without you accepting these three things that you've sent us as I menstruate, a movement that is not funded, but a movement that found resources somewhere to be able to compile the resources and is tumezona. So in November 2024, I Menstruate Movement presented to Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, and we presented to the Joint Committee on Basic Education and the Committee on Higher Education, which is led by Honorable Joy and Honorable Lindsay. Hey. The committee at that time resolved that I Menstruate should go back because we did, to just for disclaimer, they did not say go and do these things. We said that we are doing them, and we distributed what a draft looks like. And they said, okay, we'll resolve for you to go and complete the draft proposed menstrual health equity bill. So it's complete. We have it here with us. And we'll be presenting the bill to you, honorable members. So this is the bill. This is how it looks like. I'll speak a bit about it and also speak about the organizations that have endorsed it. Then the second part of the presentation will be the costing study. We can't speak about, we can actually, we are young people, but we can't speak about adopting a bill because we know there are financial implications of doing that. So we went to do a financial costing study. This is the financial costing study. We've partnered with Hero. They're based at VETS, and they were able to, we commissioned them actually to assist with putting this together for us so that it's credible because they are a health and economics institution, and they're also like in academia, so that when you read this, you can, you can trust whatever information that is in here is credible, and they've been doing this for years. Then lastly, we'll present to you the implementation timeline. I like saying the roadmap so that we can dream together, we can take you through our dream. And when we leave this room, we are able to resolve that. This parliamentary portfolio committee will deliberate on these things, bring together your trusted experts to review, then you are able to make a resolution. So this is what our presentation is all about today. So these are not demands. As I've said, we came to demand. Now we have these documents completed. We've consulted with credible organizations in South Africa, and you understand why I say credible in that manner at the end, who these organizations are. These are organizations beyond menstruation. These are unions who have, ensured that our mothers and fathers and sisters within workplaces, they, work with dignity, among other things. So I'll speak about them at the end. But to start us off with the Menstrual Health Equity Bill, the goal, I'm not going to read everything there. I just prepared these slides for the purpose of, the public, but also for the purposes of honorable members, so that you don't have to read through 3 documents that you don't understand because no one has presented them to you. So I just, I tried to put together this presentation so that you are able to, browse through it. And as I present, you are able to follow. So in short, the bill is simply to legally recognize that menstrual health is a fundamental human right. And it touches on what the speaker before us have mentioned already. It's connected to the right to dignity, which is the right within our constitution, the right to education, the right to health, the right to equality, but most importantly, the right to bodily integrity, which is something that we sometimes forget. Then the second part is the key provisions that you'll find in this bill are 11. The last one is, what do we do when this bill is not implemented? Which I did not include here. But the first one, I'll just summarize. So the key provision of the bill, we would like this parliament to adopt this bill to ensure that there's free universal access to menstrual products for all. And we say menstrual products because we need to familiarize ourselves with the word menstruation and not shy away and say sanitary, menstrual products. And when we say menstrual products, we don't only mean pads, which are currently being distributed in schools. We mean tampons, we mean pads, tampons, we mean sanitary towels, the ones that you can wash that are reusable. We mean menstrual cup. We'll have a speaker demonstrating what a menstrual cup is so that we are not afraid of things we don't know. We have what we call menstrual underwear and other menstrual products. Those are the products that we want South African government to make them free for all in South Africa. And honorable members, I wanna share that I've been to Scotland. I was on my periods while I was there. It was amazing to just walk anywhere and get a pad or a tampon ready for me within the bathrooms, even as a person who's just visiting the country. So I wanna say it's possible. Then the second key provision, so it's not in order, I just tried to summarize. We want you to establish we want you to establish a national menstrual product safety framework with key provisions. And we did there mention some of the key departments and institutions that will have to do that, led by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities in partnership with the National Department of Health. And I know Mr. Machoba, I can't see him right now. I know they are already having conversations about that as these 2 departments. So there's, progress in implementing this bill already, even though it doesn't exist as yet. Then we want mass comprehensive menstrual health education. Whenever I speak about mass menstrual health education, I think about my childhood. I think I was in grade 1, if I'm not mistaken, in the early 2000s. And there was condoms everywhere. There was a penis everywhere. And I didn't know what was happening, but that was the work of among other people, the treatment action campaign. So I want to show you how effective mass comprehensive education is. Your soul city, your soul bodies. Those are the programs that have shaped who I am today as, an adult, because I was able to participate in soul bodies at school, peer supporter in high school, programs that were provided by government, the Department of Basic Education in this country. So we want mass comprehensive menstrual health education. And this does not mean we are not going to then have comprehensive menstrual health education. We'll do both. Uliko earlier, the speaker from the Department of Basic Education, have mentioned that they have guidelines already in the works with credible organizations. So we need, those taking place. Then the Department of Health assisting us with doing comprehensive mass education with the organizations that are doing amazing work, including the speaker before us on menstruation. The third, I can't remember what's the number, but the next provision is we want you to invest on menstrual health and mental health services. I know the speaker before me, they are very passionate about, some of the health-related or sexual reproductive related or menstrual-related, health issues that comes with menstruating, your peacocks, among other key issues that we find many women experiencing today, maybe because of food, but also maybe because of the products that we use. So it's as standards zibalulekile, honorable members. The next one is, I think, personal access to water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. I did mention earlier that I used to be with Equal Education for more than 10 years. I was an equalizer. It's my political home. I was shaped there. And one of the key things we do is to visit different schools and, try to understand the state of sanitation. So that work for me is personal also. And one of the key things that you'd experience in awareness fana nasengutu, you'd find that learners are, using toilets that are not safe. Would remember Michael Komape in Limpopo who fell in a pit latrine. Those are the stories we don't need, honorable members. As people who are leading us today, officially elected by your political parties, but also by citizens, we need to ensure that that's not our legacy, not under your watch. The next one is menstrual waste management. Dr. Ruth will speak to us a little bit about this, but it's important to take care of our, environment so that our environment can take care of us. I think all of us are experiencing climate change. If you are familiar with Cape Town and Joburg weather, you can see in Joburg, we also now have Cape Town weather. So those are some of the things that we need to try and work, against. How do we protect our environment? We need to balance how product choice, of course, but also we need to balance how the provision of, different menstrual products, especially those that are reusable and environmental friendly. Of course, noting the context. There's an issue of virginity in Africa. So we can't pretend like we are not, Black people, we are not amaXhosa, amaZulu, and other ezinye. We need to acknowledge, engage people who are leading in those spaces and be able to say you can use a cup or we can use a tampon. Because I'm not an expert in that area. Then the other one is key provisions of the bill. It focuses on menstrual leave and workplace support. So we went to unions to also say, this is something that we would like to include. It's happening in Zambia. We are engaging Zambia or the leadership of Zambia regarding this. We engaging everything that I'm speaking about. I've engaged people who have done it in different parts of the world. Maybe I've never met them, but you write an email, you engage these people, you share your work, and they're able to shape whatever information you bring to people so that it's credible. So we've done that work. We are engaging other people to say, how are you implementing it? But to also make an example is that there are organizations in South Africa that are doing it already. While I was at Equal Education, we implemented menstrual leave. I've never been to menstrual leave because I don't normally have period pains. But there are people that I was leading, I would know month end, they'll need to be accommodated. I'm not going to discriminate them because they need menstrual leave, but I'm going to support them and we'll put in place provision for them to be able to enjoy menstrual leave and focus on, being well during their periods instead of worrying about umsebenzi back at work. So it's possible, and there are many organizations, civil society organizations, maybe even some of the organizations in the room that have menstrual leave. But when we speak about menstrual leave, I always say we also need to be, it needs to be paired with menstrual health education, because if we don't do that, we are risking we are exposing women to discrimination, where they say we can't hire you because on a monthly basis you go on menstrual leave. So when we do these things, we need to engage people and do them from an informed perspective. Instead of just taking something that works in Zambia and implement it in South Africa, we need to engage people like Osatu, people like Kosatu, people like NUMSA, people who have worked with workers to say, how do you see this thing working? You need to engage civil society and say, how are you doing it? What is your experience? What are some of the disadvantages? How should we do it as government? So we are coming to you with all of these things, with those endorsements and amendments from some of these unions that I've mentioned. I'll mention the unions that have endorsed the bill at the end so that it's clear out there. Then the next one is the key provision on strengthening government and oversight. I like how Chair has been chairing this session. I've been following ad hoc. I have my own critiques in terms of how they engage with other people. I'm not going to go into that. But maybe to just for the purposes of this session, I like how Chair chaired this session, asking some of the departments questions to say, no, we don't understand what you mean about that, because my understanding of Parliamente is that this is where governmental department, where our ministers account. So if we are not holding them accountable because they are our friends, then we have an issue. So I like how he has been chairing and saying, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense. You can't say this, you need to come and tell us into straight. And that's what the young people of iMenstruate are doing today. Then we need coordinated government response. I would like to recognize Mr. Machoba for the work that they are doing at the Department of Women. I know it's not perfect, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I know it's not perfect, there are many issues. But I like how, along with the Department of Basic Education, how they've started mobilizing other people. Honorable Uliko have already spoken about that, mobilizing even small businesses that you never thought about when we were thinking about menstruation. Speaking about product mix, but also saying if we need licenses for us as young people who menstruate to be able to, manufacture menstrual products. We know we are not going to have imali to apply for that standard. So Mr. Machoba saying, as government, in that one of the meetings, I'll speak about them as I, browse through the implementation plan, saying we need to think about, subsidizing that process to, people, day-to-day people, not companies, but day-to-day people who are providing the service already. I think that matters. Yeah, so those are the key provisions when it comes to the Menstrual Health Equity Bill. There's, as I've mentioned, there's 11 of the key chapters that are there. And before I move to the next one, the next item, I'll just browse through this one to give you the numbers. How are we looking? And we've engaged with provincial government who are already doing this. All of them, they are doing it, but we've engaged with the Gauteng. I know they have their, but we've engaged with them to say, can you give us the statistics? We went through the processes that we need to go through to get that information. So it's not a favor. We went through EE processes to be able to get that information. So it's information that is credible because it was sourced from the Department of Basic Education, Department of Social Development in Gauteng. Before I go into that, I would like to recognize the organizations that have endorsed the bill. So some of these organizations are all I menstruate schools across South Africa. I'm not going to mention them because there's many of them. The National Student Representative Council, NSRC, of the University of South Africa. This is the SRC that is leading the biggest university in terms of enrollment in South Africa. Then the second one is the Rural Health Advocacy Incubator, which is known as REP. Third one, Sonke Gender Justice. I think all of us have somehow benefited in some of their work. The South African Democratic Teachers Union, SATU, who have, protected our teachers so many times and represented them in different ways in this country. The Equal Education Law Center, can you just show us some love? Amandla. Okay, the Equal Education Law Center, we have been, trying their best within their busy schedule to partner with us to ensure that the information we put there is credible. And one of the key things that we've partnered with them, structured work, is to review the sanitary dignity framework policy and assist Izikolo zethu to understand what is it about and what do you do if the government is not doing what they are expected to do in implementing it for some of quintile 1 to 3 schools. Equal education, my political home, I'm not going to go into that one. Usawa for learning and healing. Reclaim the city. I think all of us in this room, we've heard of Reclaim the City because they are the ones who are defending our day-to-day citizens to be able to access affordable housing in this province. Center for Human Rights, based at the University of Pretoria. Treatment Action Campaign, I've already mentioned the impact that they had in my life, but also in the lives of so many of us who are sitting here. And also in the lives of, they inspired us to show up today and say it's possible. You can, if you are distributing condoms for free, you can distribute menstrual products for free. But I don't normally make that argument, even though it's a good argument, because I know that Amakabane was a treatment action campaign, among other organizations. They fought for that to happen. It was not just freely given by government. So we also need to recognize that this is a victory of another organization while we are demanding what we are demanding. The South African Youth Council, the National Association of School Governing Bodies, our parents, what are they saying about this? ASGBs, ezikolweni. The South African Council of Churches, we need our churches to be able to be distribution centers. So we've engaged them. Is this something that you can implement to ensure that communities are able to access sanitary pads from your churches? So we have their endorsement, the Western Cape, South African Council of Churches. I've included them because we spoke to them before we got the national endorsement, so I'd like to recognize them. The Sexual Reproductive Justice Coalition, they've been doing amazing work in terms of sexual reproductive health in South Africa. Asijiki Coalition, Sisonke, the Sexual Workers Education, Sex Workers Education and Advocacy Task Force. Those are the four organizations that are speaking on behalf of sex workers in this country. And I'm saying this specifically because as people who menstruate, we sometimes forget that there are people who are, sex is work. That's why they call themselves as sex workers. So also need to understand what do they do during their periods. So we went to them and we're like, what are your thoughts on this? Is this something you'd endorse? Please send us amendments. So we've engaged with them also. The South African Student Union in universities, I spoke to someone earlier and they said we need to also engage colleges. So I'll be invited to engage colleges in that space. The South African National Taxi Council, so ISANCO, we said that taxi ranks, we know sometimes maybe they might not be safe, but taxi ranks sometimes protect us in our communities. You know, if you stay near a taxi rank, sometimes you do feel a little bit safe. I know there are moments where you don't, but in most cases, we feel safe in those spaces because they've created a certain environment in other provinces, not everywhere. I know other issues that we are dealing with when it comes to taxi, taxi industry. But we wanted to recognize, we wanted them to say, is this where we can also distribute? Is this something that you think would be, can you protect this so that it's not misused in those spaces? So they were able to also endorse in NUMSA. We all know in NUMSA, it's called National Union of Mental Workers of South Africa. We've engaged the National Education, Health and Aligned Workers Union, NEHAU, the Triangle Project based here in Cape Town, and the South African Federation of Mental Health, because we also speak about the relationship between mental health and menstruation. So it's important for us to understand kwenzeka ntoni while we are on our periods and we are emotional, like right now, what's happening to me beside joy. I'll move to the next part of our presentation. Chair, before I do that, so that I respect you, how much time do I have? There's another presenter who's going to speak about menstrual cups. Then I'll come back to do a roadmap. I'll just browse through quickly. Then we'll have Elena closing our presentation. 5 minutes.
For now, you had no time, so
okay,
you're asking for more time.
I'm asking, like, how am I doing in terms of time?
No, you're doing extremely bad.
Okay, I have failed. Okay, can I just browse through quickly? Okay, thanks, Chair. Sorry about that. Thank you, honorable members. We then went to do a costing study, as I've explained. We're like, okay, our government can do this for us, but if we know people who can, you know, speed up the process so that when you deliberate on the 15th of April as this portfolio committee, you'll be able to say, these are the things that we have, because today you'll be able to send these things to your experts, your researchers, your policymakers to review them and advise you on how to proceed. So we felt like, let's do a costing study to assist the process. So the cost of, we call our costing study, the cost of menstrual health equity in South Africa, estimating free access to menstrual pads and expanding product choice for girls, women, and all people who menstruate. The mandate that we're given by this parliament was, which was something that we're doing, was to cost menstrual pads, because they were already being distributed in, you know, schools through the sanitary dignity framework policy. But we were like, after that crisis that all of us, you know, the crisis that we are trying to recover from, the endocrine that we found, endocrine disrupting chemicals that we found in some of the marketed as trusted sanitary pads and panty liners. We're like, we need to start educating ourselves about other products that are out there. Hence, we'll have Dr. Ruth speaking to us about an alternative, which is a menstrual cup. Among others, I'm not like saying we're advocating for one, I'm advocating for product choice. As I menstruate, we're advocating for product choice. You'd remember when we spoke here, I even showed you like different products that are out there. So we started off with the scenario evaluation. So school-based rollout scenarios. Before I do this, I would kindly like to ask that when you are using these numbers as organizations, as people who are watching online, as honorable members, to credit us for our work. I've mentioned that we are not funded. So that credit to say this information comes from I menstruate is important, so that if it's not credible, you are able to be safe as, you know, Parliament and also as other organizations that are doing this work. We divided this, we followed your instructions, Chair. We divided this into 3 categories under schools. Then the second part is for general population. So under schools, we did public quintile 1 to 3 schools only. So the schools that our Department of the Sanitary Dignity Program is, supplying. So we thought, let's focus on that. And the number that I'll present is not far from the costing study that was conducted by the Department of Women before the program began. I think it was the Department of Women at the time. Then the second part is public schools. So I'm saying, sorry, Department of Women at the time, because it was not Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities before that, so that I'm not causing confusion. The second part is all public schools. The third part is public and private schools. Then general population, school rollout scenarios. The first one, we're focusing on all girls and young women. And I'm not using an inclusive language here because it's quite difficult to access, statistics if we are trying to be inclusive. We're saying girls, and you'd have, heard earlier, I said, and people who menstruate, because there are people who don't identify girls and women, but they menstruate. So for this one, I'm focusing specifically on girls and young women, or women in general who menstruate, because it's easy to get those statistics. It's quite difficult to get, the other statistics to accommodate to other within the people who menstruate. So we did that for people who fall under the upper bound poverty line and all young girls and young women who menstruate nationally. The second part, we estimated the number of girls and menstrual pads. So for e-school rollout scenarios, we went to access the statistics, I think in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, from the Department of Basic Education. So if the numbers have increased as of today, I'm just a disclaimer that we access those numbers in 2024. A census, which we all know about, 2022, and the last one, Stats SA, for that percentage on people who live under the upper bound poverty line. So we also based this on menstrual cycle length. So there is that information online if you want to access it. At the end of that study, which will be uploaded on our website, there are references so you can go and verify some of the information if you'd like to. Oh, sorry, then the last thing, we did a survey, a general survey to ask how many pads do our members use when they are on their periods? You'd remember I said we're doing this focusing on pads when we're starting. Then they said that they use 2 packs, just like me. Then we're like, okay, let's base this on 2 packs. That'll be our standard. If there's another person who uses 3 packs or 1 pack, they are accommodated by that 2 pack, because not everyone will use 2 packs. So that's our key thing, and the pack will be 10 pads. Estimated the cost of menstrual pads and delivery. So we've engaged the Department of, the Gauteng Department of Social Development. You'd know that they are distributing dignity packs. So we've used that number. It might be a little bit cheaper in terms of delivery when it comes to that. So under this is using ingredients-based costing. We estimated the cost of menstrual pads, the cost of supply chain or delivery of menstrual pads, and lastly, the national, provincial, and district level task team to coordinate the rollout. Because sometimes we think about the product and we forget there are people who need to ensure that there's implementation taking place. So we've included that. I'll speak about it at a later stage. Menstrual pads, cost per person per year, it will be 331 per person for 27 packs of menstrual pads, and an average cost per pad is 1 rand 22 cents. Then in delivery, weight base, based on the Gauteng DSD, as I've mentioned, it will be 1 rand 11 cents per 10 packs for delivery. Then coordinating task team, we felt is important for that task team to be national, similar to how the Sanitary Dignity Program is being implemented at the time right now. where we have the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability leading that program. Then we have implementers in different provinces, which is the provincial departments of education and provincial departments of social development. We'll need one national program manager. So yeah, then they'll use their time. The level of effort is 20% here, once a week. 9 provincial program managers representing different programs, different provinces in our country, 20% of level of effort, also once a week. Then 247 plus district level coordinators, 100% level of effort, so that it's sufficient for one person to at least visit 76 schools in terms of monitoring, implementation, everything that we do as part of implementation on a monthly basis. Then we informed this discussion based on the Gauteng Department of Social Development. The results, school scenarios. Once again, as I've mentioned, a reminder, when we are using these statistics, please credit us because this information doesn't exist in South Africa. We've tried looking for it and we're unlucky to find it. So before I hand over to the next speaker, I'll just browse through this. Number of menstruating female learners annually, 2024, according to those sources that I've mentioned earlier, we had about 1.95 million learners in quintile 1 to 3 schools. Then in all public schools, we have about 2.68 million learners. Then in all schools, including private and public, we had 2.82 million learners in those schools who menstruate. Then the total cost for quintile 1 to 3 schools so this is the total cost, sorry, including it includes the product, which is 82%. I think this is brilliant. We are not trying to create jobs, but we're trying to solve an issue. Then the second part is 10% of ITA's team, so ensuring that whatever that is allocated as budget for this program, we are able to get someone who's assisting with the implementation from different departments, levels of government departments, sorry. Then 8% will be delivery. So for quintile 1 to 3 schools, our cost findings was that it will cost about 787 million to provide menstrual pads to quintile 1 to 3 schools. And this is not far from the costing or the cost that was provided by the Department of Women, which they did not get from National Treasury at the time. Then the second part is all public schools. It will cost about 1 billion to be able to provide free menstrual pads to all public schools. Then 1.1 billion for all schools in public and private schools. Then the last slide, second last slide, the results for general population rollout. The number of menstruating girls and women annually in South Africa is 9.16 million who are living girls and women who are living under the upper bound poverty line. Then all girls and women, which is our dream that we are presenting to you today, there are about 17.57 million people who menstruate, including myself. Total cost, it will cost 3.1 billion to be able to provide girls and women living under the upper bound poverty line free sanitary pads. Then it will cost us 5.9 billion to be able to provide menstrual pads to all girls and women who menstruate. Then also again, the total cost in terms of budget, 97% of the cost will be on providing menstrual pads, then 3% on the task team delivery cost. Sorry, task team, then the delivery cost were not, we did not cost that because we said that we'll need to be creative to be able to provide menstrual products to all women. We need to work with other departments to be able to do that, similar to how we did with rolling out the condoms in the early 2000s. Okay, before I move, the other option that we went to look at was a menstrual cup. So there is a manufacturer in South Africa licensed, and she's going to speak to us about her work. But we're like, let's cost how much will it be saving if we were to provide menstrual cups to all people who menstruate? But of course, context, I did say this earlier, we need to engage and inform ourselves so that we are able to introduce something that is foreign to most of us, even though Dr. Ruth is already introducing it in different parts of the country. So summarize, menstrual cup provide an additional environmental friendly, cost-effective option for menstrual health management, as I've mentioned earlier. A menstrual cup has a lifespan of 5 to 10 years. Normally they say 5 years, but it can last for 10 years if it's used, if it's used correctly. So we costed 5 years for the purposes of this presentation. Then they will provide 80 to 90% saving on cost over when we compare them to menstrual pads. And you'd see there below in that table. So a menstrual pad, it costs per unit, it costs 1 rand 23 cents. A cost for 5 years is 1,655 rand. Then we did not do a reduction because you use and throw it away. It's disposable, right? Then menstrual cup upper limit, it'll be a cost per unit. So per cup, it'll be 300 rand. Then for 5 years, we said that it will be 330, including a 10%, because some of these, if you give it to a learner, sometimes they might lose it, sometimes it might be stolen. So we've included loss as part of that cost. That is why it's 330 rand. Then the last part is the menstrual cup lower limit. So if we were to, source menstrual cups that are a little bit affordable, it will cost us per unit, it will cost us 150 rand. Then including the 10% loss rate, it will be 165 rand. Then it will be saving, we won't be, spending any amount of money between years to provide for the people who have already received menstrual products. So before I invite on stage Dr. Ruth to come speak to us about a menstrual cup so that we understand what that is. Okay, yes,
We've been there for over an hour now.
Oh, wow.
The problem is
sorry about
you are going to lose members and they must still engage.
Okay.
Engage with yourself. So you're going to lose them.
Okay, let me just do this. Then she'll come so that I don't come back. So I'll just speak about the roadmap. Then Dr. Ruth will take over. Then we close the presentation. So the roadmap, we did a roadmap from November 2024 to December 2028. I'll speak about that at the end. That's not our, best case scenario, but we also need to be realistic that it won't happen overnight. There are processes. So we're recognizing those processes. I'm not going to read these things because I've made reference to them. But one of the key things I did not mention is that on the 26th of May, 2025, we launched some of this work at the Nelson Mandela Foundation, and Honorable Chauke Adonis, who's joining us virtually, was part of that work to experience young people and other organizations speaking about why this work is important. Then on the 30th, Honorable Luliko have already mentioned, what happened in terms of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And we contributed to the outcome report that was compiled by the UNFPA in terms of a costing study, but that statistic has changed. Then on August 6, 2025, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities convened an online product choice. I've made reference to it. December 2025 outcome report. Jan 30, 2026, we reach out to the president to say that you need to make a public commitment, and we understand their processes, but the president needs to also, join the movement to know there's a crisis in this country and be engaged in these, conversations. Then we also engage the National Treasury through the, those budget tips that they do to say that we need to strengthen the existing sanitary dignity program. We can't just say it's not working. There are learners who are relying on it. We need to recognize that. We said that we would like them to reinforce that, the budget that is meant for that to reach the beneficiaries of that program, standardize the pricing and procurement across provinces to ensure that when there's a tender that is out there, everyone is, no one is like, because some provinces you'd find that they say they'll supply 10,000 learners, then they supply 3,000. Then we would like, Chair, as an immediate interim resolution to what we are presenting, would like you to task the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, along with other departments, to engage the National Treasury, to remove VAT on all menstrual products as an immediate step. Then on 1 April 2026, we are here. So let me just summarize so I, hand over to the next person. Honorable Chair, we would like you to deliberate on the outcome, the things that we've prepared, and also the conversation that we are going to have. We'll hand over these documents, send them online, so that we are able to review them and make a decision on how to proceed. But in short, the implementation plan, it runs up until 2026. We phased, we say that, okay, we'll prioritize children who menstruate. Then the second phase will focus on access to menstrual products for all public schools and public institutions of higher learning. Then we start conversations about, workplace menstrual leave and support strategy published. Then the third part is government committing to make menstrual products free for all in that SONA and budget speech. Then at the end of that year, we want to ensure that everyone who menstruates in South Africa, they do so with dignity, with safety, and with, dignity, safety, and most importantly, with the proper support that they need. I'll hand over to Dr. Ruth. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm really sorry this took long. I wanted to make sure that when we leave the podium, you are clear on what exactly do you need to do, because we've done the work. But of course, time is always an enemy because I over-explain, but over-explaining sometimes is good, because when you are listening, you understand the passion and you are able to understand why we do the work that we do. So in short, I want you to remember that, implementing this menstrual health equity bill, it's cheap compared to the impact or the effect of not doing it within 2028 for all women in this country. In short, Senvalile, Chair, I would like, in short, Chair, please, 2 minutes. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just wanted to say that it's important for this Parliament to recognize the work of young people, not my work, but the work of I Menstruate movement, especially those young people that we've had speaking here and introducing themselves, because when we're engaging in what we call imaginary activism, you Google it, what it means. We were able to dream, to come up with a dream of how do we see South Africa achieving menstrual health equity. And we're able to put together these documents. In my knowledge, there's no movement of young people that have put together a bill that have engaged credible institutions or civil society and unions that have costed the bill, and most importantly, that have put it together a plan to come and say, this is how it can look like, so that we are able to imagine and dream with us. Nkosini, I'll hand over to Dr. Ruth to do a demonstration, then we'll close on our end. Thank you so much for the patience. I'm not taking advantage. I was emotional and I went through Ilento over the script that I prepared as a result, but it's not your fault. Ndiyabulela, Chair. Enkosi. You can clap, thank you. Sorry, Chair.
My worry, Anel, is that if this video plays and it plays sound, bottom man from Basic is going to say we were sabotaging him. Yeah, and I don't want to be accused of sabotage.
Almost every aspect of daily life. We carry supercomputers in our pockets and map the human genome. But when it comes to basic menstrual care, the timeline of innovation has flatlined. To understand the scale of this stagnation, we need to look at a single decade in a young woman's life, specifically the 10 years from age 12 to age 22. This chart shows the required menstrual management supplies over that span. A girl relying on standard disposable pads or tampons requires 3,360 individual items to manage her period through primary school, high school, and university. 3,360 disposables. That volume creates a compounding toll of recurring monthly costs, immense landfill waste, and forced absences from school when those expensive products run out. The financial math alone is punishing. Purchasing disposables month after month acts as a steady, unavoidable tax on young women and their families. Then there is the physical footprint. Those 3,000 items are packed with plastics, bleach, and synthetic fibers. They are used once, then discarded, funneling a lifetime of non-biodegradable waste directly into landfills and oceans. But the steepest penalty is educational. When a family cannot afford this recurring expense, girls are forced to stay home. They fall behind in class, stripped of their ability to participate in their own learning. Period poverty functions as a 10-year roadblock. It turns a natural biological process into a systemic barrier to basic equality. The mathematical solution to this thousands to one problem is the She Power Menstrual Cup. One cup provides safe, reliable period management for up to 10 years, entirely replacing those 3,000 disposables. The cup is a soft, flexible vessel made from medical-grade silicone. We have modernized almost every aspect of daily life. We carry supercomputers in our pockets and map the human genome. But when it comes to basic menstrual care, the timeline of innovation has flatlined. To understand the scale of this stagnation, we need to look at a single decade in a young woman's life, specifically the 10 years from age 12 to age 22. This chart shows the required menstrual management supplies over that span. A girl relying on standard disposable pads or tampons requires 3,360 individual items to manage her period through primary school, high school, and university. 3,360 disposables. That volume creates a compounding toll of recurring monthly costs, immense landfill waste, and forced absences from school when those expensive products run out. The financial math alone is punishing. Purchasing disposables month after month acts as a steady, unavoidable tax on young women and their families. Then there is the physical footprint. Those 3,000 items are packed with plastics, bleach, and synthetic fibers. They are used once, then discarded, funneling a lifetime of non-biodegradable waste directly into landfills and oceans. But the steepest penalty is educational. When a family cannot afford this recurring expense, girls are forced to stay home. They fall behind in class, stripped of their ability to participate in their own learning. Period poverty functions as a 10-year roadblock. It turns a natural biological process into a systemic barrier to basic equality. The mathematical solution to this thousands to one problem is the She Power Menstrual Cup. One cup provides safe, reliable period management for up to 10 years, entirely replacing those 3,000 disposables. The cup is a soft, flexible vessel made from medical-grade silicone. The key engineering difference lies in how it interacts with the body. Traditional pads and tampons are designed to absorb fluid. This cup is designed to collect it. Shifting from absorption to collection eliminates the need for a constant supply chain of disposable cotton and plastic, creating a low-maintenance, infinitely reusable system. This anatomical diagram shows how the cup functions. It is inserted into the vaginal canal, sitting comfortably below the cervix to catch blood. Because it collects rather than absorbs, it does not draw out natural moisture, preventing dryness and keeping vaginal pH perfectly balanced. The medical-grade silicone is biocompatible. Biocompatible means the material is perfectly compatible with the body's living cells, tissues, and systems without causing any harm or toxic reaction. Over 5 months of rigorous testing at a GLP, or Good Laboratory Practice, certified facility, the cups were proven to cause zero cytotoxicity, skin sensitization, or irritation. It holds status as a Class II medical device and is manufactured under ISO 9001 and ISO 13485 standards. It is also the first South African menstrual cup manufacturer to be fully SAHPRA licensed. This is a scientifically validated, strictly regulated medical device engineered to work safely and seamlessly with human biology. In practice, the cup offers up to 12 hours of continuous leak-free protection. And because the material is non-porous, it requires only half a glass of water to clean thoroughly. Environmentally, it replaces thousands of discarded plastics with a single zero-waste item, making it a highly eco-conscious choice that keeps decades of waste out of landfills. Financially, it transforms a relentless monthly expense into a single upfront purchase that pays dividends for 10 years. But the most immediate impact is physical empowerment. It restores the freedom to swim, run, and move comfortably without the fear of leaks or the bulk of heavy pads. When you combine the health, environmental, and financial benefits, the heavy constraints we looked at earlier simply dissolve. For that 12-year-old girl entering the next decade of her life, this single cup means she can walk through primary school, high school, and university without missing a single day due to her period. This localized success scales upward directly into the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. By keeping girls in classrooms and eliminating massive amounts of waste, it actively drives quality education, gender equality, and climate action. Modernizing period care addresses the root of a massive inequality. It ensures that basic biological functions do not limit human potential, because the ultimate goal of the She Power Foundation is clear: giving women dignity, period.
Good day, Chairperson, honorable members, ladies, gentlemen, and students, and a very special acknowledgement today to all menstruators, past, present, and future. I do apologize. I seem to have the graveyard shift, so I'm going to be short, but I'm going to come on strong. So I am Ruth Apostolov, a social entrepreneur, founder of the She Power Foundation, CEO of South Africa's Shapra licensed medical menstrual cup manufacturer, which meets both SABS and global safety standards. I'm not just an activist, and we're moving, with all the ladies present here today, we're moving from activism to action. So I'm here to talk about and discuss safe alternative period options. And we're here to talk about, most importantly, about investing in human capital. Because I believe that we're all aware as menstruators, whether past or present, that it's not going to be business as usual regarding menstrual products. Beyond titles, positions, and political lines, menstruation remains one of the most shared human experiences that unites us across generations. Today's engagement is not just about policy, it's about memory. Because every single woman in this room remembers the discomfort, the anxiety, the unpredictability, the quiet ways we were expected to manage something so fundamental, often without adequate support. And a period is more than just bleeding. It affects us mentally, physically, and emotionally. So today is not just a discussion, it's a moment of recognition, because every woman sitting here today understands this experience, and every decision maker in this room has the power to change it. And I ask, in a world that's driven by medical and technological process, women have quietly carried the burden of outdated menstrual products. We must ask, why as leaders in 2026 have we been complacent? The world has moved and pivoted to reusable products like menstrual cups. The question is, what are we waiting for? All we're asking for is the right to bleed with safety and dignity. And this is not about politics. It's about our girl children, and it's about dignity. It's about a generation that you all get to lead. How did your voice and leadership add value to their lives? Or has it just been all talk and no action? And for those who have never experienced a period, this is where your leadership matters most, because progress depends on the willingness to set aside what is familiar and allow menstrual health to evolve in a way that truly serves those who live it every month. We have seen greater willingness from our male leaders in government than we have seen from our older female leaders regarding safer alternatives. When better information exists and better solutions are available, not evolving is no longer circumstance, it is a choice. If there is a will, you will figure out the how to. And this is where it becomes important to understand that not all menstrual products are created equal. It's very important to understand that a menstrual cup classification is a Class 2 medical device. That simply means that it is regulated, it's tested, and it's manufactured under the strictest medical standards, from the raw material to controlled production environment to biocompatibility testing. Every step of the way is designed to protect the human body. This is fundamentally the difference from disposable single-use products that are classified as general consumer products. Now, a menstrual cup is made from, is hypoallergenic. It's made from 100% medical silicone. It does not interfere with the vaginal pH. It does not interfere with the vaginal anatomy or the hymen, and it maintains the vaginal pH. Respectfully, the idea that menstrual cups are intrusive is simply based on perception and not medical facts. Unfamiliar does not mean unsafe. It simply means that we haven't been educated enough, because what we feel is unfamiliar to some is already empowering thousands of other young girls. We're not speaking about imported solutions. This is local manufacturing to meet standards not only of our national requirements, but also of global medical standards. The same medical standards used to produce medical catheters, cannulas, and syringes. But this is what localization should look like, where we're building industries, creating jobs, and producing world-class health solutions that we can trust. We simply cannot in 2026 rely entirely on disposable systems for a biological process that occurs every month for decades. We are spending hundreds of millions of rand every year, and still young girls miss school. There's limited access and inconsistency to ways to manage periods, especially without adequate sanitation. Unfortunately, this is not a failure of intent, but it's a failure to evolve. And when concerns raised about the safety about traditional products, it simply cannot be business as usual, especially when safer, regulated, and more sustainable options exist that meets all regulatory standards and more. And we need to ask, what are we waiting for? The She Power menstrual cup is simply not just another product. They are designed for the realities that exist in our schools and communities. Well, in our country in general, water is scarce, sanitation is limited, and waste disposal systems are often inadequate or simply non-existent. With these girls having to insert their menstrual cup in the morning, they can go an entire day without having to worry about emptying out and only empty out 12 minutes later. That is what we talk about, freedom to bleed with dignity. And menstrual cups are not just an alternative, it's multidimensional. It addresses education, health, infrastructure, economic and environmental challenges all at once. More than 50,000 menstruators, both abled and disabled lives, have already been changed and benefiting from the She Power menstrual cups distributed through our foundation. Our primary focus is from the grade 9s upwards. This is what human capital looks like. These girls get to stay in school uninterrupted with this long-term solution. They can play sport while on a period, and they get to live life without limits. Now, our school activations are conducted with a midwife, and we cover teenage pregnancies, STDs, STIs, and we do the full education on menstrual cups. Now, just to name some countries that are already offering free usable products, particularly the menstrual cups, are countries like Nepal, India, Catalonia, France, Kenya, Scotland, Uganda, to name a few, because sustainable products make economic sense. And this is not about replacing one product with another. It's about implementing true product mix, one that gives women and girls choice and safety. Because when we only offer one solution, we are not providing choice. We are making unilateral decisions for them. And honorable members, this is not just a health decision. It's a budget decision because it makes sense. A single menstrual product, like a menstrual cup that lasts up to a decade, can replace recurring government expenses into a once-off investment. It's a policy decision, a leadership decision, and we must remember, for many here today, you may not be in this position next year. But remember, the decisions you make today will impact generations of girls long after you have left this chair. And it will be the legacy that is going to outlive you. And let us be remembered for acting when it mattered, not for delaying what we know better. The time for menstrual health to evolve in South Africa is on our watch, and it's in this room. Today, we officially launch #MyVagina has standards. As a reminder that women's health cannot be an afterthought, that safety is not negotiable, and that every woman and girl has the right to products that meets the highest standard of care. Because dignity has standards, policies must reflect those standards. And as a child from the township, shaped by the realities of period poverty myself, it is both deeply empowering and meaningful to now bring to the African continent a safe, innovative, 21st century period solution. We as local women medical manufacturers can stand shoulder to shoulder with the best in the world. Menstrual cups is not an experiment. They are proven medically related solutions. We are calling for their inclusion, a structured pilot in every province, and a phased national rollout with a true product mix. The future of Africa will not be imported. It will be built on our soil. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. My worry with we had not scheduled you to, you're not on the agenda. Now my worry with your presentation is that we stand a chance now of being accused of taking a side. And that is why I just allowed you to continue. But you see, when we run these proceedings, we do so, we must be partial, or rather impartial. Because there are those who are probably watching, who have interest on the matter, who probably are also manufacturers of other products, and we have not given them a chance. Now tomorrow we'll be accused of taking a side, and it's not your fault, it's Tracy's fault, because it's her who said you must speak. Now that's where the problem is, and I did not want to stop you earlier on, but we're now seated with a potential problem that will be accused of taking a side of, and I fully agree with the points that you are making about cost savings, and but Parliament should be a place for everybody to make their point. And if we're not created that space, then we have a problem. Nana, how long do you need? I want to give you 3 minutes. Like I said, the power of any meeting is the resolutions they take. And having presentation after presentation and leaving little time for interrogation, question and answer, and resolutions will mean that we would have sat here the whole day and will not have achieved what we want to achieve. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes to conclude the almost 2 hours presentation from I menstruate.
Humblest greetings to the House. Humblest greetings to the House at large. Standing before you is Asana Timpisane, a 16-year-old grade 11 learner at Inchukumo Secondary School, and a proud member of the I Menstruate movement. This is distracting. Inchukumo Secondary School is located in the dusty streets of Egugulethu, one of the largest townships in Cape Town. Today I sit before you as a young girl born and raised in the dusty streets of Gugulethu, where poverty shouts louder than guns and screams you hear at night, where period poverty, where owning a pack of pads is a delicacy one cannot afford to lose, where owning a pack of pads means washing them more than 6 times just so that I can hide the shame a little longer, till grandma is able to buy me another pack because the only money she has left is to make ends meet. Where period poverty is seen as a normal thing, not a shame that needs to be eradicated. Where a normal young girl like me missing school is no surprise at all, and no care is put to the matter. And the only things you could hear is, "It's none of my business," or "When she's fine, she can come back and continue studying." This is the crippling reality we face as young teenage girls who menstruate in townships. Because of a custom started by negligence and lack of care from the very same government our parents vote for a better future, for a better life, but what better life? This reality we face as simple Kasi girls in shame, in toilets without doors and water, made me think of how worse it would be for a girl growing up in the rural areas, where she has to wake up at first light and walk to school for 10 kilometers. When she gets to school, the taps cough out red dust. The toilets are deep, dark pits bordered by amaplanga. No locks, just a queue of girls exchanging turns to keep watch so that no one's pride and dignity is disturbed. I can only imagine when her periods shout. When she folds ilaphu she had teared from her favorite dress so that she can use it in place of a pad that she cannot afford to buy. This reality, this is the real reality we face as young teenage girls, and all we ask for are free menstrual kits. Free menstrual kits for every month of every term, because we know a female child menstruates every month. It is not our fault that we menstruate, so why should we be punished for it? Why should we be punished for a biological thing that happens because of nature, not because we choose to? Why should we be punished for being girls, being young female children? Why should we be deprived the right to education just because of a simple act that you can eradicate? Because of period poverty, because of not being able to own a pack of pads, because you can't just sit down and make a law that actually allows us to have access to just a simple pad. It's not too much what I'm asking for. Just a simple pad so that I can also one day sit here in front of you, making decisions and rules for our country to be a better country. Let's not let period poverty erase the futures we have highlighted for ourselves as young girls. Let's eradicate gender inequality through actually eradicating period poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is 14:15 now. We will come back at 14:45. We'll take lunch, including our colleagues here online. We can have lunch now. And I hope, Honorable Kaka, we had not had lunch already. So we'll take 30 minutes.
Order, Chairperson.
We'll take 30 minutes. We are back at 2:45. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and my apology for raising my hand after I've made a ruling. I think it will only be fair to raise my concern in terms of how we have managed time. But at the same, plead with you to submit my views and proposal in writing. Because in all honesty, we have to wait for that time. We'll not be able to engage on this matter. But I think it's safe to say that it's not for the first time we're interacting with this committee, including your good self as an NPO. And we have long reaffirmed our commitment in fulfilling their plan and proposal, even though we'll not take it as it is. So I will submit my input in writing to reaffirm our commitment of taking this matter to its logical conclusion, but also supporting the bill as it is. Thank you very much, Chair.
Hear you. We will take lunch. We're back at 2:45. I want to take this opportunity to indicate that since we last met in 2024, indeed there has been great progress on what we asked you to go and do, and we really appreciate the good work that you have done. We will not use your numbers or your data without acknowledging that we got them from you. Because if we do so, Professor Lewin here is going to charge us for plagiarism because we'll be stealing information without acknowledging the source. So we will do so. I am going to give members to speak. And then from there, we'll then make a recommendation. If maybe there are questions that members will want to ask, we do have representatives from the 3 departments. Or maybe before, no, they presented. I wanted to say maybe before we engage with the presentations from the 3 presentations, so the 2.5, because the other one came through the back door. We did get the 3 presentations from the departments. So I'm going to note members. I know Honorable Kakao did indicate that she will send her comments to me. I've not seen them. So in the House, I will start with you, Tate Khadebe. You will, man, no, you'll be number 1. Just note the number. Then I'll come to Honorable Jasmine, and then Honorable Angel, and then Ndate Ngubane, and then Honorable Christians, Dr. Christians. Online, I'm not seeing hands. We do have members online, and I hope they can hear us. Online there, okay. No, that's good. Thanks, Minister of Menstruation, for indicating you can hear us. Yeah, Honorable Kakao has written her things. I'll read them. So, uqala ngawe Mhlonishwa, thingikunikeze, and then sambe ngaleyo line.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is not going to be long. I would ask about psychiatric, especially if a woman is in psycha, is she going to use sanitary pads? I also wish to accept what they presented to us. I wish South Africa should accept free sanitary pad as they are requesting. And I also wish for the leave to be given to them if a woman is in her periods. That's all I should say. I thank you.
No, thank you very much. I think those are the comments indicating that is welcoming your presentation and accepting your recommendations as they are. Honorable Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everybody. Chair, firstly, allow me to apologize for being late. Chair, I think you can continue with Honorable Kanyele and then come back to me seeing that I was late. Thank you.
Oh, okay, so you are now chairing. Oh, okay. Honorable Kanyele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself, members of Parliament, and all protocol observed. Chair, I want to take this opportunity and welcome the presentations that we have received today and applaud the hard work of the ladies that are in front of us. I know I have engaged with Ms. Ndwandwe. She has appeared before the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, raising the same issues that she is raising today. I have met Ms. Tracy when they had a sanitary product event hosted by the Department of Basic Education in Sandton, raising the same issues that she is raising today. And I feel, Chair, that they are bringing the issues exactly where they're supposed to bring them. They are bringing the issues to the highest office within South Africa. But I find it concerning when they have to say one and the same thing over and over again, especially if you look at the presentations that they have been engaging Parliament from 2024. I think as Parliament, we also need to do introspection in terms of, are we doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing? Because by virtue of us being here, we are mandated by members of the public to represent them. And what exactly do we do when they get to us? And to yourself, Chair, thank you so much for arranging this colloquium today. Chair, there were issues that were presented by women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I understand that most of the people that are here, they would not know some of the comments that I would have made there. For them to have reference, I'm just going to try and highlight some of the issues that we have raised. Majority of the presentations that we get from the department, or most of the time, it is very beautiful. They are delivering sanitary towels. They will give you number of schools, number of recipients. They will tell you the PEGS has lipstick, has deodorants and all of that, which we fully welcome. But the reality is, I'm coming from Mpumalanga, delegated by Mpumalanga to be in Parliament, responsible for Iligwa local municipality, which is in Standerton. I have been to about 5 or 6 schools there to conduct an oversight to find out if learners are getting sanitary towels. They are not. Not even a single school that I have been to are receiving sanitary towels. I have engaged the department. I have asked them to give me a detailed list that will indicate exactly which are those schools that are receiving sanitary towels. Number 2, if they have a register of receipts that the learners are signing, can they give it to us so that it will make our work easier also as members of Parliament? We will know which schools to go to and which learners to go to. I have been asking for this information from last year. To date, I have not received it. I have been giving some numbers today. I am hoping to follow it up. I am not saying I only represent Mpumalanga. I was just indicating I am coming from Mpumalanga, but it has been the same thing with Gauteng and other provinces as well. I think another thing that we will need to make sure that we raise with the National Treasury as well. I am going to engage my colleagues within the portfolio. We need to speak to a National Treasury to ensure that this budget is ring-fenced so that this money goes exactly where it needs to go. Because as much as we want the sanitary towels to be available for free, I feel like it is still a bit problematic when, with the current budget, we are still unable to ensure that the sanitary towels, they're reaching the learners. And we still don't even know how much is being spent on transportation of the sanitary towels, because there's a very high possibility that we are sitting here with more budget that goes to the transportation, to the service providers that are delivering the sanitary packs instead of the actual sanitary packs. So I would like to keep on engaging with Ms. Tracy and them, as I feel that some of the issues, they fall within our portfolio. And Ms. Ndwandwe, I apologize that up until today, we have not received any feedback from our portfolio. I will make a follow-up with the chairperson in the next meeting of Imenco. We are going to be discussing this issue and ensure that this issue, they find expression in Parliament. Chair, I would like to acknowledge the presence of I Menstruate. There were two of their learners, very intelligent young ladies from Gauteng that spoke here, and another one from Iguguletu. I am not sure how do you roll out your activities, but I think until we win this battle, it would be a good thing to do that you have a footprint in each and every province. You have a footprint in each and every municipality and get to the deepest rural areas, because that is where our challenges are. It would be nice to be sitting here to also hear Elena from Ulusikisiki indicating that I'm coming from Ulusikisiki. I have never received sanitary towels, because I believe that we cannot be having these discussions without them in our midst. But for those that are here, we don't take your voices light. We appreciate your bravery. We appreciate that you are here, and we are going to be taking these matters up. Another matter that came up, Chair, that I would like to get more details on. It is on the learner from Iguguletu that indicated that they have never received the sanitary towel, number one, in their school. Secondly, they use toilets that do not have doors. In all the presentations that we have received, we understand the Western Cape to be the best performing of all the 9 provinces that we have within our country. We understand them to be going in each and every school every quarter, giving each learner 3 packets until the next quarter. That is what we have been provided. But if you are saying you have never received the sanitary towels, I would like you to reconfirm the name of your school so that we can ensure that we make a follow-up on that. I'd like to pause here for now, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think there were questions, and would give to Nogzola. I think you were mentioned, Tracy, and basic education. We're told that you are telling us that you're delivering pets, but they don't get it, at least in Mpumalanga. We must clarify that part. Honorable Kanyile, they did indicate that they want to be everywhere. Sorry, the problem is they are unfunded. They don't have anybody funding them. So even the kids from Guguletu came here, they had to try and get somebody to help them. So if you know any good Samaritan who might have money, please direct them to the right direction and say, please sponsor these kids so that they are able to go and get others from Lusikisiki, from Venda, from deep KwaZulu-Natal, so that, you know, let's try and get help them with sponsorship. So maybe basic, let me start with basic. And then from there, I'll come to Nogzola, Tracy, and so we'll call you the ambassador of Guguletu. You did not tell us, you told us your name, we just forgot. Asenath. Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I think Honorable Kanyile is correct. I think just about a week ago, we engaged with their portfolio committee And we agreed that the Department of Basic Education needs to facilitate that there is information flow about a database of all schools that are deemed to be benefiting from the program. And I think that resolution came as a result of a clarification that was made at that meeting where they were saying that when Parliament does oversight, they may not be going to schools that are participating. So then honorable members are saying that, okay, then give us the list of schools so that we go to those schools where this thing is taking place. So just since last week, we've started to draft some correspondences formally, so that should be going to schools. Unfortunately, because of schools closure this week, we are unable to provide that information immediately. But I can just make an undertaking to Parliament, Honorable Chair, that before the end of the month, when they reopen, we should be able to send those databases. I think a large database that will probably be problematic is the one that goes much more granular, where they say that they also want the list of children that are benefiting from that. I think that is going to be a very large database, but it's not impossible to do. But I think it can always follow as a phase after the one that will give on databases. And I think the last thing that they had recommended was that we also just need to do, or rather Parliament needs to do joint oversight when we do this, to just conclude this series of engagements of menstrual health and sanitary dignity, so that we are monitoring and the same things and we can see the same things, rather than me against the world, or he says, who says, she says type of a thing. So we will make that information available nationally. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. Just check with the legislation on the POPI Act about sharing the names of the beneficiaries. So before you share it with us as members of Parliament, just make sure that you don't put the department at risk of being sued by parents of these children. Nokuzola?
Thank you, Chair. Is it possible if I can ask Candace to answer, as she's also part of the movement? Candace?
Afternoon, colleagues. Nokuzola, do you mind just informing me about the question that was presented? I might have missed it because I had to jump onto a meeting. Yeah, thank you.
Chair, if I'm not mistaken, it was a comment about the support for the menstrual health leave.
Yeah, the Honorable Kanyile was responded to your comment first, that you guys are not getting responses from the department. And what was the second one, Honorable Kanyile, to?
Oh, and then she made a commitment that a report will be provided.
Chair, I acknowledge that she's been to our portfolio committee, and said I'm going to make a follow-up with the chairperson so that we can deliberate, because I think when she came there bringing a petition, and she cannot just come before a Parliament bringing a petition and nothing happens to that petition. So I will engage a person in our portfolio committee to ensure that we do what's necessary with that petition and give her the feedback that we need to give to her. It was a comment and it was a commitment that I was making from my end, is that I will be making that follow-up. And I said we can also engage going forward. Maybe after this we can exchange numbers. Thank you.
So Candice, I think Nokuzola wants you to acknowledge that there's an acknowledgement that from a member of Parliament that you guys will talk.
Understood, Chair. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think I like what she did, because, you know, I don't like people being in meetings and don't say anything. You know, at least now we've heard your voice. Sure.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, I wanted to also share that we've sent submissions to the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and it's not one submission. We've been making submissions to that department and also like updating them on some of the developments that have taken place. As I've mentioned that Honorable Chauke Adonis did, honor our, not her, but the Portfolio Committee did honor our invitation to the Menstrual Health Equity Summit in Joburg, and she was able to receive hard copies and also like, soft copies of some of these documents that we tabled today. So if you may please follow up on that. And maybe the other thing to also share, because I am quite familiar with how Parliament works, I've led Sugar Tax in South Africa as the face of that from, leading an organization called Healthy Living Alliance. So I just wanted to put it on record that I engage a lot with decision makers and we do engage other portfolio committees, but the silence, because I understand that everyone has a role to play. Then maybe to just respond to your question so I don't take time. We have, I didn't present recommendations today because we've passed that stage in my understanding. When we first presented to the Portfolio Committee on, the Joint Portfolio Committee on the 13th of November, 2024, we did put together recommendations. And one of the key recommendations there, but also at the menstrual indaba by the Department of Basic Education, we did include that we would like the list of schools that are benefiting from this program to be made public. We understand that sometimes government cannot monitor, even like the Portfolio Committee cannot monitor what's happening in schools. But there's Equal Education Law Center, there's SADU, there's, beside I Menstruate, there are other organizations that are rooted and engaging and doing school visits, even though it's not like every month, but they have members in those schools. And if we were to put together a civil society monitoring process, I think it will work. Then those reports we know will be received by the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities on an annual basis, or maybe let's say annual basis, so that it's not a burden to those organizations because of resources. So that's something that we presented. And I think when it comes to our recommendations, we are always clear. We are intentional about what we do and the things that we call for, and we ensure that those things are implementable. Because if I come here and I'm like, we want to see menstrual products free for all tomorrow, I know that's not being reasonable. Even though I'm an activist, that's what I want. But we also need to think about how do things work in South Africa and balance that with the agency and the reality of how, the government processes normally unfold. So I'll stop there. I'll ask Utsikhu to respond to one question. Then Utsikhu from Tembisa, our national leader, national learner representative who sits on our board and making decisions on some of the things that I normally present in these spaces because they can't represent themselves. They are at school during those times. Then Asenati from Gugulethu to do the same. And she's our learner. You'll see a lot in these spaces as a learner parliament representative.
Honorable members, we do have members in the rural areas and we also have a national footprint. That's all I can say.
Honorable members, in my given speech, I was referring, at school we do receive sanitary towels, but what happens after the schools close? What happens after term 1 ends, term 2 ends, periods don't stop then. So when we receive those pads, we can receive them at a certain month, and then there's a whole 2 weeks or 3 weeks of school closure. And what happens then? I'm not going to stop menstruating. And I was also referring to lack of access to lockable toilets, because we do not have lockable toilets. The toilets that we have to hold them by your hand. Even at school, the doors are either broken down, they have graffiti in it. So that's like the reality we face as teens at our school.
We want to do a follow-up.
Yes, Chair, I do. Asenati, thank you so much for your response, and all the responses that I have received, Chair. In the portfolio committee, Asenati, we are made to understand that every quarter, per girl that is menstruating gets 3 packets of sanitary towels. Chances are there may be between 8 and 12 inside. So basically, if you're having 12, you're gonna have 12 times 3 per quarter. So you're gonna use them for January, February, March. You can use them even if you're overseas, that is my understanding. Then in the next quarter, we are made to understand that the department goes back to the schools and give learners 3 sanitary towels. Then that should be for April to June. In July, same thing to September, and then the last quarter. So are you saying you are not getting sanitary towels per quarter?
According to what we experience at our school, we get 2 packs of sanitary towels, and not every girl who menstruates uses a pack each time she menstruates. Maybe you menstruate for 2 weeks. That's not 1 pack. That's more probably 2 or 3, and it depends on the flow of your periods. So I'm saying the pads that we get at schools are 2 packs, and they are not enough. We are getting them quarterly, but they are not enough.
Okay. There's the discrepancy that might, Honorable Kanyana, might be that they getting 2 instead of 3. And the emphasis on the matter is that they will not be enough because the flows will be different, and all of that. Now I'll come back. Let me give Candice.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just would like to mention to the honorable members that I have done my PhD on menstrual health, and what is really interesting about understanding menstrual health and the policies that have been implemented, in particular in Scotland, is that it was driven by the support of people, organizations, individuals, parents, both men and women, to drive not only access to free accessible pads, but also menstrual education. So I would just like to answer a question, just ask a couple of questions, especially regarding the presentation that the Department of Basic Education presented. But besides that, I also want to just mention that we, as a coalition, before this presentation, we drafted a response form, and we posted it to the South African public, and we had received over 2,000 responses of support, pledging their commitment to the menstrual health bill. So just to solidify my first introductory point, I think that this shouldn't fall on deaf ears, and that we have to honor the commitments made here. So the first question I'd like to ask to the Department of Basic Education is, what is the budget that was presented there? Is the budget allocated towards period products, or is it, because I don't think I clearly understood the budget allocation and where it goes to. And I think that would provide us a little bit of more clarity to see if there's a bit more opportunity to perhaps look into not just period products, but period product dispensers. Because I think implementing and installing period product dispensers would probably alleviate the conversations that we're currently having about not having enough period products. So if anyone has seen what these period product dispensers look like, you can install them in clinics, you can install them in libraries, you can install them in schools, and all you do is you just put the period products and make sure that there's constant supply. And then secondly, I'd like to note, in terms of menstrual health education and the curricula and reduction of stigma, how are we seeking to ensure that the boy child is included in this conversation? Because I think boys play a very important role in being menstrual allies. So instead of just saying that we have menstrual health curricula that covers the menstrual cycle, are we ensuring that they are also being prepared to be allies? I think those are my 2 questions, Chair, and I'll hand it back to the floor. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I thought you were going to answer some of the questions. Basic, are you able to respond?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think the budget was actually presented by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, but we can answer that question. I think the question that Minister of Menstruation is asking is linked to the question that Honorable Kanyile was raising to say, let's also go to Apokfele Konitol. When we receive the information from provinces, they must tell us how much goes to the product, how much goes to storage, how much goes to distribution, so that we understand that allocation, so that we can then make a determination as to whether they are spending, over inflated amounts on particular aspects of providing sanitary dignity. So we'll get to the bottom of that. We'll understand once we receive that information which we're asking for from provinces. And then on the second one, I think Minister of Menstruation may have missed when I said that we have moved now from the point where we would give content, curriculum content to just girls on menstrual health and sanitary dignity. We provide the same curriculum in comprehensive sexuality education that is provided in life skills and life orientation for all children at a class at a time. And we're hoping that that would plant the seed so that we deal with stigmatization of menstruators and we onboard young men and boys as allies for menstruators. But I think, Chair, if you recall, there were some advocacy materials that we had shared at the previous joint portfolio committee, where we demonstrated how even outside of classrooms, as a co-curricular effort, we're including boys in the conversation through our digital materials and advocacy and advertorials that we put out, where when we talk about menstruation, we are boy-focused and father-focused as opposed to girl-focused and mother-focused.
Okay. That helps. Maybe let me just keep this thing. Fisani? Shabangu.
Thank you, Chair. My network is not very good, but just for the proof of life, I will open my video. Chair, thank you so much for this the presentations that were given to us. And let also commend the fact that different departments were brought together, because I'm actually from the Department of a Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and People with Disability. Having this meeting, and we're all here as different departments discussing this issue, because it cannot be only Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. One, understanding that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability is the overseer. The budget goes directly from Treasury, is allocated to either other provinces is education, others is DSD. The Department of Youth and Persons with Disability, it's an overseer. And we've been discussing this to say it becomes difficult for this department to be fully accountable because the budget is not directly allocated to them. But Honorable Chair, I just also want to commend all the presenters. I'm not going to mention them one by one because mine is just a comment. Particularly, there's a presenter that highlighted the importance of including boys in the discussions around menstruation. That chair is a very progressive approach, because we understand as Africans that in many communities, menstruation is treated as a taboo subject. And to an extent that a simple act such as asking a man to buy the sanitary products, it makes a man to be uncomfortable. So we really want to appreciate that the boys gets involved in the programs and just to deal with this stigma, because sometimes when you menstruate, you are treated as dirty. So I want to commend that, and I hope that we will take a leaf from that and involve the boys in this subject. But having said, it's just a comment to appreciate. We have engaged with most of these presenters in the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability to ask questions. I'll be repeating the same questions that I've asked in the Portfolio Committee. But I just want to appreciate this time and appreciate the work that they're doing and encourage them not to tire, but to soldier on until every girl is attended. Thank you so much, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Shabangu. Really appreciate. Honorable Ngubane. I think it was mostly comments appreciating. So, Ngubane.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think we appreciate the presentation that we received today from all presenters. The tragedy, Chair, in all of this is that I think I even raised these things at the Chief Whip's Forum with the Speaker, that the tragedy with the Constitution we're having is that somehow as this country, we end up spending resources like this the whole day, food and all transport for obvious case. This is where the Constitution sometimes misses the point, where a lot of people, when they say we've got the best Constitution in this world, when I see these things, I wonder how best it is. It's best for who is best for the rich, because when you see people that are here, Chair, who are presenting, you don't see that the first-class citizenship. We see mostly the poor girl child that is supposed to be protected by this Constitution. But it's silent on this protection. It says nothing about it. And the painful part is that now you have to spend all this resource and money just advocating for things that you deserve. Why are we advocating for this thing? The Constitution, that's where it's supposed to come and play a role. And you put this thing in the Constitution, you protect the poor, you make sure that they benefit from being the citizen of this country and they are protected. And when the presenters mentioned the macro benefit of this whole exercise, it's obvious. There are benefits. It promotes gender equality. It reduces absenteeism, by virtue boosts GDP when people are always present at works. It enhances participation in education and the workforce for women. The list is endless. So that's the challenge I'm having, Chair, that somehow this Constitution that we always praise, it sometimes disadvantage the most vulnerable people that it's supposed to protect, and it's not protecting them. Hence, they have to be advocacy, even taken advantage of by service providers and all those things, unfairly so. So, which is my problem with it. The other thing, Chair, I would like
before we go to the other thing, which service providers were taking?
Chair, you're putting me on the spotlight now. So there's a lot to Chair. This is an easy things where, and one of the things probably we should have looked at, it should be, I don't know, private members' bill for this, that how maybe we should have looked at that exercise of making the life easier for this poor girl child of our kids in the township who are suffering through this, who are being put into health risk and illness unnecessarily so. Because there is a motivation for these things. The motivation case is huge. On saying why it's no longer legislated, I don't know. We're supposed to ask here, how far is legislation, who owns it, where it is, where are the gaps in this legislation, the amendments? How do we close those gaps so that this thing just becomes law? And here we identify, I think this problem was identified 2 years or 3 years back. Here we are, 2 years down the line, we're discussing the problem as if it doesn't impact this poor girl child in terms of their health hazards, sicknesses, and their performance in the schools. But because of the same, again, Chair, this constitution, we'll have to go through these steps. I think for now, we must still go to public hearings, né? After this before the president enacts a law, must go for public hearings and get the views of people. But these kids have worked on these things. They've been to overseas. They even have cases of comparison on other countries that are giving these sanitary pads for free. But our constitution said we must go, you know, all the way, everywhere, champion and make sure that everyone buys in on what? On obvious case. These are problems we are having in these countries when we speak about how lousy the constitution we have is, where it disadvantages. I don't want to even go to pit latrines. It's a worst case on there. It neglects the poorest of the poor. The other things, Chair, the challenge I had here as well, I did complain on the DG when the higher education was coming to present here, that the health CETA is supposed to be involved in these things, to assist these kids on these resources that they're spending. The CETAs were supposed to play a role. I know higher health is here, but again, we don't see the health and welfare CETA, because I think this is their part. They're supposed to be playing a role in this part. It's another shortcomings that we're having, we're having with this project. And the other things, Chair, the men are already included in all these things. You see, even the name starts with menstrual health. Man is there. Even the menopause, man is there. I don't want to, I don't want to mention the mental health, but you know, we already included in this project, ladies, even in writing. It's called menstrual health bill. We are part and parcel of these things. We're there with you, even in writing. So we're part of this project by virtue of writing the name of it. So you need to identify the gaps in sanitary dignity framework, as well as this menstrual health right legislation that you're proposing. We need to know who does it sit with. And then she already said she was involved in sugar tax, which means I think it's the same bill that comes from Department of Health as well, if I'm not mistaken. It's about health. So if we can find where to locate it, we appreciate, Chair, that it's for the second time our portfolio committee is championing these things, which is a proof that we're not a committee that sleeps when there is something of critical nature, who no one attends to it. We take it and run with it, which we really, really appreciate that. That even if in the future we wake up again, 6 months down the line, we realize nothing happens, and then this committee will raise these issues again to say there's nothing that is happening, Chair, on these things. Ufuna commenta or
Thank you, Babu Ngubane. I just want to comment there about the question as who should be taking up the menstrual health rights bill and law, of which previously I had a conversation with the speaker, Honorable Toko Didiza, to say that at some point, I think they had a consideration on the petition. And I think Honorable Lizo van der Merwe mentioned that they had like this whole long thought process around how to actually implement the menstrual health rights bill. And they came to a conclusion that it's calling for a health bill, and they feel that they're not mandated because essentially it's asking for menstrual health to be deemed a health issue, However, when I had a conversation with the Honorable Speaker, she did mention that it is the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities who actually has the mandate to actually, implement matters around menstrual health and hygiene management. And so, which is why we're here today with the help of the Department of Higher Education and Basic Education to actually put pressure on the Department of Youth and Persons with Disabilities to actually champion the Menstrual Health Rights Bill through a private member's bill. Thank you.
There you are, Chair. So I think from here onwards, uhlale phezu kwa-chairperson DPWYPD. Uhlale phezu kwakhe, Chair, each and every time weekly. Simbuze ukuthi how far are you with this? Are you struggling? Is there a way we can help you? Where are you? Is it a private member's bill not an option? Because I'm worried about 2 years and 3 years to me, it's fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And unfortunately, it's not in government. They were not supposed to go through all this exercise they're going through. One department was supposed to sit with this, and even one political party was supposed to take it and propose it as a private member's bill. We know deputy speakers are proposing the private member's bill for provinces to have a voter's right for whatever, but some other things as prioritized, Chair, which is unfair. These are the things that are supposed to be prioritized, and we run with it. So we know where it's located. I think let's push it from there. And then on other things, we must stop clubbing issues together. Your bill, I've read their bill, Chair, is very much well structured. If it can be taken, I don't know whether it's possible, where you guys have lawyers, or here in Parliament we have a legal office that advises of our bill if it's not in line with the Constitution, and they align it with the Constitution so that as it goes through certain process, it's already in line. So you just need to do that. For example, what I've picked up is the infrastructure issues of pit latrines. I was not sure how that fits in with the sanitary pads, but I stand to be educated. So you need that advice to say, now when you start on your bill, you speak about pit latrines, how does infrastructure in schools and everywhere else comes up with assisting a poor girl child to be able to be available to school, to be present everywhere and not being absent. And then we said even these sanitary pads must always come with a discipline as well. We said that it must be reflected on your bill, that it must come with that as a together package. I think that's all, Chair. I think I've asked questions, I've commented in one. If we have questions that needs to answer on what I've asked, then they will come in and ask on that one, or even on comment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I'll give you just now. In 2024, when they came to the committee, the proposals were slightly different. They came when we convened basic and higher education, because we're looking at it maybe in a narrow view of having all girl children and all university females to get the packs or to be supported with their menstrual health. But if you look at the bill now, what they've done, they went out, spoke to different constituencies, including civic organizations, taxi organizations, clinics, schools, and their bill now is proposing a different pool, or a much bigger pool, that it must be menstrual support for all. That's, I think, from what I've heard, that's what they are now proposing. And you're right. If then that is the case, look, my advice would be you take the bill to the Minister of the Department of Women, Children, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. And I would advise that you do so, but also take it to the Speaker again. So in one email, you send both to the Speaker and indicate to the Speaker that possibly the mandate might overlap to Department of Health, which is responsible for health issues. And also indicate that it might also, the mandate might overlap to social development, so that you don't take a bill or the proposal to the department or to the ministry. It sits there, and after 6 months, you are then told, no, it's a cross-pollination mandate, or, so my advice would be, let's give it to them, the three. Well, give to the Ministry of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. Then you write to the Speaker the same and indicate that the reason why we're bringing it back to you is this suspicion that it might be crossing to yourselves. They do have legal support. You see, equal education is there. When they're introducing themselves, they're telling you that I'm a candidate attorney I'm an attorney. So I hope that maybe they went through the submission, went through equal education. I'll give you equal education. Yeah, maybe for now that would be all. You wanted to clarify something.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you so much, Honorable Ngubane. I really appreciated when we speak here and you are able to question and interrogate whatever that comes up, so that when you leave here, you are able to leave with clarity. So to just clarify, while I was at Equal Education, we looked at menstruation long time ago in the early 2013-14 as part of sanitary campaign in Gauteng. And when we're looking at this, the response that came from the Department of Gauteng, it was Gauteng. So the MEC then, who's now the Premier, was to introduce the dignity packs. And that's why we are here, I guess. That's why we have a sanitary dignity framework policy today with the push from civil society. But that was the beginning of what is it that government can do to respond to the issue of period poverty in schools. Then the second thing I would like to clarify is that when we're engaging global activists and also global leaders, the former US Senator in New York, the former New Zealand Prime Minister, Scotland, the woman who led Scotland with other civil society organizations, who's now the Member of Parliament, we were like, how do we navigate, coming up with something that covers everything, so that we are not having the same conversation, let's say 2028, where another organization is here and they are saying we want menstrual products free for all now, because they are now in schools, right? So what we did was to say there are issues. Where are these issues? Schools, higher education, high institutions of learning, and our communities. Then most importantly, everyone, because sometimes even if you are employed, because of the rate of unemployment and our salaries sometimes that we get, they don't reflect the reality of, our economy, or maybe our tax and expenditure, monthly expenditure. So it's important that when we introduce these things, we are intentional. So in short, the bill covers everything. When we say period poverty or achieving menstrual health equity, we mean access to the product, which will be your tampon, pad, menstrual cup, menstrual towel, menstrual underwear, you name them, all of those that are product. The second part is water and sanitation, right? So we did not go into detail on water and sanitation because we know there's a Department of Water and Sanitation and they'll be the one who are like, you know, leading that work. Then there's mental health and healthcare services. So understanding that sometimes most of us, Ms. Ndwandwe spoke earlier about, you know, being diagnosed with, you know, some of these menstrual related or sexual reproductive related, you know, complications or diseases. And I think it's important to recognize that our healthcare system, especially clinics, when you go there and you're like, hey, I used to be on my periods 10 days a month when I was young. So I'll do 10 days, then free for a week, then 10 days again. And I'll go to the clinic and there's nothing they can do. So we're saying that the department needs to be well equipped to respond and screen and do all of these things, you know, to respond to some of these realities. So in short, Chair, the bill speaks to each and every issue that makes up menstrual health equity. And when we say menstrual health equity, we mean everything. You menstruating with dignity, with safety, and most importantly, with proper support. And we've engaged lawyers, including Equal Education Law Center and other lawyers that I've mentioned earlier. Some did not endorse. We've engaged the South African Human Rights Commission. They've read the bill. Their Section 9, they can't endorse, of course. But they are willing to monitor when that opportunity comes. We've engaged the Commission on Gender Equality. She even came to our summit. The Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Minister Uletsike, was there as a keynote speaker. We briefed her before the summit to come and deliver a keynote address, responding to these documents that we submitted here. So we've done the work, Honorable Member. Honorable Chair, I would kindly like to ask that Ms. Ndwandwe and myself, on behalf of these organizations, we engage with Honorable Anele to assist us with facilitating the whole thing. I think it will be easy for this committee to make a resolution to say, as a committee, we agree, because everyone has been saying we agree. Therefore, we would.
It's okay.
So please.
No, we have not done agreed. So, Honorable Ngubane.
I wanted to add one of the important things, Chair. As Home Affairs, I don't know, it's a department. It's got all the resources of lawyers and everything. I don't know how many have we got it wrong with laws. I sometimes jokingly call Department of Home Affairs the Department of Litigations, where it's get litigated by just having bills with holes all over. With you, Chair, mentioning that they must write to the Speaker, if as well they can request the legal advisory. We've been getting amazing advisory, especially as Parliament, on bills, private members' bills, that before it passes somewhere, it needs to be checked if it's in line with our Constitution, so that you write a document that you are proud of. As I said, the Department of Home Affairs has been writing this bill, but it's never been getting right over and over again. It's litigated left, right, and center for acts that are not in line with the Constitution. If as well they can add that request to the Speaker that this bill drafted, it must go through that process of being tested, the test of time to stand in our Constitution as well, to see that it doesn't fall short of many things. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christians.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll be brief as well. I think I just want to acknowledge, all the presenters and the very important work that they're doing. I think that we understand clearly. It's just a pity that we've heard, that things are not happening as quickly or as efficiently as we would hope that they should work. I think what also came through clearly today is that it's more than a policy issue. It's just a lived reality of our young people on the ground. And that is truly heartbreaking that, as I think you said, 30 years after, more than 30 years after democracy, we're still struggling with the same issue. And that is to see to it that a girl child has the necessary means to, see to themselves, go to school, and just be acknowledged in society 31 days of a month. So I think it's important for me to understand, we know there's a bill coming up and we know you've worked very hard on the preparation of that. But while we are waiting on that, because that is also something that can linger long and you have been battling with it for quite some time. But from your experience on the ground, where do you think government is still getting it wrong at this stage? Is it the funding? Is it coordination? Is it in the implementation of or failure to implement their policies? In other words, what would you say is the biggest disconnect between what government is providing, and we acknowledge that they do provide, but what is the biggest disconnect between that provision and what is actually needed on the ground?
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. I'd say it's good governance, transparency, accountability, public participation, all of it. If you are providing a service for citizen as a leader of a particular department, it's important for you to do M&E, right? It's important for you to go and engage the people who are receiving those products, even if you don't engage everyone. On a random day, we have our activities at I Menstruate. You show up, you ask them, which school are you from? Okay, it's on the list. Are your friends, or are you like one of the beneficiaries? They respond. So I think for me, in short, I'll say it's good governance. I always say when I speak on media, that good governance recipe, accountability, visibility, political will, transparency, M&E, those things are important, and you can't get it wrong if you are practicing good governance and ensuring that the people you are providing a service for, they are able to give feedback to strengthen that service. And as a member of parliament, you are able to hold whoever is providing the service, especially the ministers. They have, while I was at Equal Education, we called for ministers' key performance appraisals to be made public. Though the provision of menstrual product needs to form part of that. So I'll stop there. I'll say good governance. There's nothing more I can say. Political will is important.
Okay, you've said good governance about 8 times on the same line. Yes,
Thank you for the question. As I've mentioned, the issue here is that we don't have a legislation, we don't have a structure in place that actually enforces that dignity is delivered to all women and young girls. So I think there's all these little issues that are coming up is because there is a hole in the program delivery, there is a hole in the project, and this hole is what's holding us all back, government, civil society, schools. So I think we need that legislation immediately. I think that's why from years back, we've been advocating for it, and we've been hoping that it could be actually an immediate step from way back. And as Ubaba Ngubane mentioned, we were hoping that today would be a different day whereby we're actually discussing the matters within the legislation. So I'd say that the lack of national coordination is because there's no structure in place that actually enforces and directs different departments and their roles as to say, how do we hold different departments accountable? How do we hold the Department of Health? Because currently we're sitting with an issue of the fact that we have the Department of Women feeling that they're not mandated because it has a health aspect to it. Then we have the Department of Health feeling that, well, the Department of Women has the sanitary dignity framework and the guidelines, they should actually be taking up the matter. So then we have this lack of I'd say from a corporate perspective that departments, some of them do not understand their job description. And so if you have a legislation that actually defines what is required and expected from each department, then we could actually have a constructive way forward. And I think maybe in a few years, we should be having a different conversation as to how do you actually accelerate, the implementation of free menstrual products for all women and young girls. Thank you.
Dr. Christians?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think what was said is so important because at the moment, it looks like this dignity is left up to chance. No, and definitely it can't be left up to chance any longer. We need that legislation because it must be built into a solid system. I think just lastly, Chairperson, from the point of view from a higher education perspective, I think it takes on another dimension, or rather an additional dimension, because our students in the PSET sector, they are more independent than at school level, but certainly they also face financial constraints because we know that if NSFAS doesn't pay that personal care allowance, which oftentimes, especially at the beginning of the year, those allowances are late. And so the reality is that menstrual products is not always guaranteed when it should be guaranteed because allowances are paid late by NSFAS. So particularly where students are already stretched financially and NSFAS keeps on delaying these payouts. So I think just the ultimate question for me to higher education, but specifically to the universities and the TVET sector there would be, what critical gaps do you still see in the university sector and the TVET sector that still remain unaddressed? Why can't we get it right there? Why do you think that we are still struggling to get it 100% right, to see to it that our students, our learners are adequately provisioned so that they are not missing out on classes, and more importantly, that NSFAS is paying their allowances, their personal care allowances on time? Thank you, Chair. That's all from my side.
Okay, it's fine. I think then you can respond from what Dr. Christians has asked, requested. I think it seeks a response while the chair is out.
We're asking us, or we're asking the... Oh, okay, great. You also look like you want to answer, Ramni. Well, I mean, I think the direct question you're asking relates to the payment of NSFAS allowances, which are absolutely critical because the living allowance.
In the absence of them not paying on time, what would your responsibility then be from DH side, from the PSC side?
So, I mean, I think that our responsibility should be to ensure that the NSFAS allowances are paid on time. And mostly what happens, not in all cases, but what does happen is that at the beginning of the year that quite often universities will ensure that allowances are paid to students, even if sometimes there's not funding that's been transferred. But this year, that didn't happen. This year, the money was transferred on time. And but as you know, when we've had these discussions in previous meetings, there were sometimes delays. But there are also, as Ms. Mahlobokwane's presentation showed, there are also health services on campuses where there are sometimes free products available. And I think Ramnik would be able to talk to some of that. But I think the question is that given how important the living allowances are for students, both in terms of accessing food that they need to study, and accessing the health care products that they need and menstrual rights and all of the other things that they require in order to study, that we need to be getting their allowances right. And so that is an issue that we need to work with NSFAS and the universities on. Sorry, just to add, because it's the same goes with the issue of hunger and student hunger. How do we have a funding system where we are supporting students so that they can eat, so that they can go to class, and we have allowances for that, and yet we still have on campuses many feeding programs, so that students who, partly sometimes because of delayed allowances, and for other reasons as well, students have to access food support, and yet as government, we're providing this substantive amount of money to support students to succeed. So these are really critical issues.
Yeah. No, thank you, Honorable Dr. Christians. I think I'm largely covered by DDG Lewin. Indeed, we've had previously challenges with the delays in payments. On our side, it has been largely because of the registration data that would have not reached NSFAS on time from the institutions, but also the issues where the institutions could not register on time because of the delays in terms of the results, which we are improving. We've had engagements with the DBE as well in terms of the matric ones, but also with our own examinations and assessments, where we are now trying to push that we conclude the examinations on time and not delay, so that results can be released early. And in that effect, it could then mean that NSFAS would be able to get the reg data on time. And if that happens, it means that the allowances could be processed timely as well. But I can say that indeed, we did receive, students did receive their allowances on time, although not all of them, because those that then came late in terms of their results, they were then excluded. We also were engaging NSFAS on ensuring that they get the correct amounts, because that has been another thing, that the amounts that they were getting were incorrect. Therefore, it causes disadvantage to other students. But as Dr. Lewin is saying, that higher health also assists in terms of the subject of the day as you are engaging, but I think there could be some improvements as well in that regard, but it's all subjected to the availability of resources as well. But with the assistance from outside, we could maybe do better rather than relying solely on government resources. Thank you very much.
Are we good, Dr. Christians? Okay. So, I'm trying to battle with myself to decide whether I start with controversy or I end with controversy. I think there's an agreement that the menstrual health is an essential component of public health, gender equality, and human rights. I think there's this general agreement. Asanati actually raised this point well when she says, on the basis of me being a woman or a girl, I'm now directly or indirectly discriminated against from achieving. And actually, this is true, Dr. Christians. You know, when I went to school many years ago, in high school, I had a colleague or a friend of mine, a female. And I was with her from grade 8 until grade 12. Very smart. But every month she would miss school, and I didn't understand why. She would miss school, religious, until I realized that, but this one sometimes doesn't come to school. And then I developed the guts to ask her eventually. Then she told me, she said, you know, at the time, I mean, just to put context, that it's a very long time ago, we did not have school nutrition at school. So when you go to school, it's either you have your own scaffetina or you won't eat the whole day. And then she said to me, I have this amount of money to eat the whole week, lunch at school. And if I'm on my period, I must decide whether I get a pet or I go and eat at school. So there are days where I must miss school so that I can have pets. Because those days that she misses school, she's at home. The money that she was supposed to eat at school, she then uses it for something else. That's when I realized that it means all along I've not been aware that me and this person, we stay in the same township. We went to the same primary school. We're in the same high school. We just stay in different sections of the township. But she must endure so much for her to get exactly what I'm getting by not lifting a finger. So it's true that there may be a legitimate case to cry that women are discriminated against. It does not have to be by anybody, by virtue of them being females. Because they must go through, I mean, Honorable Kaka on the chats earlier on when we were talking, she was saying herself, even herself, she uses about 10 pets a month. So if we're giving these kids 18 or 16, whatever the case may be, if we're giving these kids, even if it's 24, 2 packs of 12, and they use 10 in that 1 week where they are on their periods, it means there will be a month where they will not go to school because they will not have these pets. Or they will have to stay at home and not go out. So I agree that we do have equal education, but the law center, there's something that they call prima facie. So here we can then conclude that there's prima facie evidence that suggests that women are biologically discriminated against. Now, once we have established that part, we then go to the second part, Honorable Ngubane. What are we then going to do about it to make sure that there's equality? The reason why I initially entertained this discussion was we're having a debate whether the personal care allowance that NSFAS gives to these students should be the same for girls and boys because of this, what they've just said now. And that is where I wanted us, to push it. Except now that they've had public engagements, they've decided to broaden it, which will make it extremely difficult now for us to continue with the program that they are on as the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. It will make it very difficult now for us. But it does not mean, Honorable Ngubane, that we must now throw our toys around and say, because this bill now speaks about different people, we must not continue the discussion in the sector. And in our sector, it's very bad. DDG Fuchad, I'm sure you can share a story or two and tell South Africans that we do have CET colleges where they don't get allowances. And we still have these women or females that we have just agreed that there exists a prima facie evidence that by their own nature, females are discriminated against. Nature. They are discriminated by men or by police or just saying them existing because of the argument we advanced earlier on. At universities, we still have, yes, we do have some interventions of higher health, but higher health has got a bigger scope of work. It must support these young kids with mental health problems, with some of them who are sexually harassed, some of them who don't have the sanitary towels, some of them who need assistance just to be mentally strong because somebody did not buy them. So the scope is a bit bigger. We might need to have a conversation, Prof. Lewin, on what do we do with higher health, maybe having some function that looks at the health and wellness of these young girls or young females. I always call them young kids and they're always on my case. But we might need to have a conversation about that. And if possible, I think currently as we speak, we might not struggle to get funding for it in the system. I don't think it might be difficult because if National Treasury gives us money today, the 1st of April, so those people, if government departments were people earning a salary, today their salaries went in. So where I come from, Barrett Loki, so there's money now in the department's account. What will the department, you'll know, Dr. Lewin, Prof. Lewin, the department where you are now will even keep the money until January in their account that they are supposed to transfer to universities on the grants only. So when they keep it there, they keep it in something called interest bearing. And the department makes some money because this money is in billions. They make a couple of hundred of millions of rands. And if we were to be serious about addressing this evidence or prima facie evidence that we have just agreed that it's pointed at women, if we want to address it, at least in this space of higher education, we may then want to look at the profits that are being, including, I mean, NSFAS gave universities 6.4 billion at the beginning of the year. Some of these universities kept the money in their account. They did not give the students their allowances until they strike. Students went on strike. Universities were still saying, no, the money, the problem is NSFAS, because it's easier to throw the ball at NSFAS. And they've made money, 6.4 billion. Some University of Pretoria only paid after the 18th, no, around the 13th of March. So they had the money for a good 2 months, a number of hundreds of millions. So they've made some profit. So if we're to be serious, our DUT is worse. They did the same until students striked, you know, and then only then that they paid. And I saw, because we spoke about it now in our meeting, they released a communique saying that, you know, they paid a week before, as if it makes it better. We've kept the money for 2 weeks, for 2 months, sorry, you know. So we could then, Dr. Lewin, say, we ring fence all this, what do you call it, money made from interest to address this health and welfare of our students in our institutions. And addressing it might very well mean, maybe let's hire more psychologists, more, you know, doctors, nurses, and then higher health must have psychologists or doctors on a call or something. Have an app where, because, you know, last year we lost, we'll get the correct numbers, but we lost a number of young kids to suicide, many of them to suicide. Some of them, they were killed. But these ones who committed suicide, they could not survive, because even our systems, the way it is, doesn't help them. Some of them were sexually harassed on campus. They reported a case. They stand up. You know how difficult it is for a female who's an equal to a male to report this male. It's extremely difficult. And they are on the same level. Now, it is even more difficult for a student to report sexual harassment against a lecturer or a leadership, so-called leadership in institutions of higher learning. Now, what made it worse would have been these kids, they would have somehow gotten the strength to report these people. And then the authority decided to take the side of the alleged perpetrator. Now, these girls, they think the roof comes down on them, literally. Right? Now, who do they go to? Ordinarily, they must go to higher health. But higher health is not everywhere, all campuses, all residences. So it will take time for these kids to get assistance. And that's why we're saying we must leverage on technology. When you have an app, everybody has it there. You just say, I need a psychologist, whatever you press, somebody calls you, you know, calms you down at least until the following day. You don't have, you know, this month you are struggling with this, you know, you are a self-funded student. Your parents, or you are not funded by NSFAS because your father had a business that just died in the middle of the year. what happens? You don't have access to sanitary towels. You don't have access to these things. What do? You just go to higher health and say, higher health, it's tough. So higher health must really think about helping us on such things. I mean, I think at least at universities and TVET colleges, and to a certain extent at CETs, it's a sad case. We must really sit down and decide what is it that we want to do there. I know Mampi says to me, CETAs and NSF, they take people they take them to programs. What do you call them? Training programs. They give them work integrated learning. Maybe we must think about over and above the stipends that they pay them. Maybe we must think about, we must think about making it mandatory for those who are on programs to also get sanitary towels. When I said to him, I'm not sure how I feel about it, because at least where I come from, the constituency, even where I'm deployed now, we have literally people that if they sleep having eaten something, you ask yourself, where did they get it from? And if we have people that are beneficiaries of certain programs, I don't know how I feel about it, because I think we could be making so much ground, covering so much ground in addressing this thing.
I'm very sorry to disturb, Honorable Chair. We would like, as representative and as members of the IMS Trade Movement, to hand over the costing study, the menstrual health equity bill. Can the educational law centers and all members of the IMS Trade Movement stand up? We would like you to champion our bill. This is the updated t-shirt. This is our roadmap.
This t-shirt is big.
Extra.
There's two of them. There's the one that says the bill, and we are not saying champion I menstruate. We are saying continue to champion menstrual health as the chairperson of this portfolio committee.
Roadmap.
Ramar Ora.
Gore o be comfortable. O kgone ho hema. O kgone ho hema properly.
Okay.
Menstrual health. That's the costing study, and this is our menstrual health bill.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, would you?
Manzini, these young ones, I guess this thing of protocol, they don't understand it well. So, but I really appreciate. I really do appreciate. I was actually going to say, Prof. Ramnek, that the two kids who spoke here, about 16, both of them, right? They're 16. But they're well spoken, and you can tell they've got there's some programs that they are in. And because part and parcel of your mandate is to offer life skills, maybe I was going to suggest now that maybe you guys talk and see how you can expand it elsewhere, even where they can't, because they said they are not funded, where they can't reach. you guys teach these life skills to young girls. The battle, or maybe to a certain extent, young boys as well. But the battle that they are going to go through is going to be very tough. So they need to train soldiers, prepare them psychologically, and maybe higher health can help us in those. Why am I saying that? And this is this is the part. When you hear my voice having issues, you must know that I want to be controversial. And my voice going up and down, you must know that I'm about to close, but I want to be controversial first. The battle ahead for you is going to be very tough. It will not be an easy one. In any case, you can't expect any, because I do believe that what you guys are proposing is a revolution. It's something that has not been done before in this country. So we are embarking on what we call a revolution. And revolutions by their own nature, they're not easy. Now, you are going to get into very serious battles. And the problem statement here would be the first thing that you are going to get is that we don't have money for that. We can't afford it. Probably in the long run, there might be some legitimacy to the statement in the long run. I'm just saying probably, I don't know. But I've looked at your costs. Sanitary pad, it costs R1 someday. Because and the shops, I don't think they're that much. One. Two, and I have this big problem with this thing, Honorable Ngubane, I've said it many times. How government procures, for me, is a big problem. Because we could easily save billions. But to get the paper, this one, we know who manufactures it. There's 2 or 3. There's 2 or 3. Mondo. There are few. We know who, and we know the cost there. But what we do, including in the departments, I'll give you a prof. What do? We then go to Ngubane and say, Ngubane, you are going to be code number 1. We want you to give us a code of this paper. Now, if Ngubane has got 10 companies on the database of the Department of Higher Education, and he submits the first 3 codes, there's an institution we met, the quotation, only need 4 hours. In 4 hours we close because we know we'll get quotations. So, but Ngubane then puts 3 codes. For a paper that we buy, that bundle that we buy with 400, that we are supposed to buy for 400, Ngubane makes the cheapest 2,200, 2,700, 3,000. Now, government will pay for a package of 400. Will pay 2,200 because it was the the lowest bidder. We have seen, Honorable Kanyile said she's from Mpumalanga. Come Mpumalanga, they bought laptops for 95,000. And I said, I want to see them. My MacBook here, it's quite nice. And it's way less than 90 something though. Way, Kurgabo 19 kakarali almost 4. Those people they bought Kishoki Dell. They bought something, a 90 something thousand. And how? It's because of this code system. Now, we lose a lot of money to these people in the system. So how we do business as government, I have a huge problem. We're creating Batubadi blue. What is those what do you call them? Lamborghini. We're creating people who buy 3 Lamborghinis in the system. So I think when I Dr. Lewin, I still think there should be money in the system to support these things that I'm talking about. And but that money, like I said, we can find it in the system and say to higher health, create a unit that deals specifically with health and welfare of students. And you can have 10, you can afford to pay 10 doctors per province, 30 nurses per province, 30 psychologists, whatever the case. And when a student feels that they can't stand it, they just open the app and they request a psychologist. Then they're able to calm them down, at least until the following morning. And then, or they then keep somebody on suicide watch. But at least we have control of the situation. Because the way we are doing now, it's too ad hoc for me. It's not properly coordinated. And I don't think it's going to assist us. You wanted to say something, Prof?
Yeah. Chair, thank you very much. Chair, before I even answer the app part, which I think we are on the last stage, and I think you're absolutely right. Chair, the big question is, we experimented in 2015 with Coastal TVET College, building our own, teaching young people on a short course on how to build sanitary pads in South Africa. A course, a skills program. We brought a machine from China. We had the whole health hygiene system established. 50 learners were hired, young women, to say, we'll train you. We wanted to establish an industry in South Africa, in every village and every township, where women can produce this through small business enterprise, a business, rather than being dependent on Procter & Gamble or big companies, Johnson & Johnson, where we are buying our current sanitary pads. Sanitary pads are important because we also need hygiene and sanitation element, because you can't just put anything. That's not right. So SABS standard approved. We even launched our own government brand called Cottony as a name. We went long miles ahead. Chair, what we need is a vision where Parliament drives a vision where many TVET colleges around this country, in each province, establish a skills program on building sanitary pads in South Africa. We have cotton in Zimbabwe. We've got cotton in this part of the world. We've got skilled labor. If young women start taking this as a business and selling house by house in a township or village, GDP will grow, rather than we relying on foreign agents to come and give us these grants and funding. And what Higher Health is distributing is somebody like a donation coming, and we are using outside things. So I think my vision, Chair, to put is, if we should go in a more sustainable mechanism, which is establishing this as an industry in South Africa, and can only happen from TVET colleges. And DGG is here, and that's one solution I wanted to bring. It is an experiment that was piloted, tested, but I think it needs support from small business enterprise. It needs a multi-collateral government partnership to push this industry deeper in the sector, in the country. And that will be one. India is a good example. There's a movie called Padman, which is UN Women movie. A UN Women has put a movie where a man fought for his wife's dignity, built this industry in India, where for, I don't know what they do, but every household, in every village, they have their own industries and they sell sanitary, they make their own sanitary pads and sell. So I think we can do this revolution back in this country too. Secondly, Chair, you are absolutely right. Higher Health is now going for 9 doctors, 1 in each province. We have now gone with 150 social workers, placing in each campus, right at this step. And then we are also moving now with increasing psychologists. As much as we've got a 24-hour crisis helpline, but we're now putting up a system on an app which is peer-to-peer, where peer can learn from peer, peer counselings can happen online, and booking an appointment is possible. And you are absolutely right, Chair. That's the solution because people need access in a quick space of time. Digitally, we can even remove this argument of 24-hour clinics must be open because it's impossible from a human perspective and cost perspective. But 24-hour digital engagements, having people on call, people and services are available. So like we have now seen, Chair, just 13,000 lives crises were managed, not about calls that came, 13,000 crises through a 24-hour helpline. And you will see the time period, mostly it is from 11 in the night till 3 in the morning. That's your peak hours of work that you experiment when you come to psychosocial. So Chair, there you are absolutely right. I just wanted to confer with you. Life and soft skills, Chair, work. You are absolutely right. Give soft skills and life skills early, empowers human. We have now for the first time seen 500 cases of GBV being reported. We never had. We have few double-digit numbers or single-digit numbers. We've gone to triple-digit, which means empowerment is happening. We have now seen close to about 44,000 young lives asking Higher Health for mental health services. From few digits, these numbers. It's only because when people read emotional intelligence, mental health, co-curriculum, these things are available. They do early risk profiling for themselves. They ask for help. So the point is, we must never underestimate what Madiba told us, education is a power. So I think we must never be tired of it. So putting these co-curriculums, putting these small QCTO, few credits, micro-credentials that Higher Health has put on soft skills like life skills, teaching gender, mental health, and now we are dealing gambling and addiction. Ma'am, your question is right. NSFAS is giving us money. But the point is, we can get the timing right of the money. This is a very important question. Will the students use that money? But that's a big question for us. If this money goes to gambling, this money goes to other things and not to what the purpose was. And that can only be resolved if we continuously put education in the system. I sat with the gambling board and said, anybody who registers on the gambling site must do a Higher Health risk assessment twice a year. Otherwise, you remove them out of the site. Because risk assessment means you will know whether you're getting into addiction, abuse. These are the only tools we have, which is education, early risk profiling, access to help, and moving the people back into education or being responsible for what we're giving them. So I think, Chair, these are solutions. Just felt I would sum them up. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Did you just, I'll give you now. Did you just say that having 500 cases of GBV reported is a good thing?
Chair, from few digits, single digits, to at least getting us to 466, which we did last year. For me, there's some battle we're winning against this massive stigma that we have, Chair. Okay. So it's a different debate, Chair, of how we're going to sort GBV out, but it's starting there.
Okay. Okay.
And I think with that plausible idea, I think in order to have a thriving industry in the country, again, it all boils down to legislation, because you can't just have an industry and have menstrual products that are unregulated or the contents that is contained in the period products is actually not of, of a nature that's good for women and young girls. So I think if we have that legislation, then that could be the starting ground of, like you were saying, a proper revolution and a proper transformation when it comes to women's health. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah. I want us to close. We must be very honorable Khacham.
Chair, I am multitasking. That's why Chairperson I said, please read the comments because I'm in an area where the sound of my voice is not the only thing at play. So I don't want to compromise the decorum of the House of engaging while there's sound in the background, even though I've been paying attention the entire time. So please just read my comments. That's all.
The sound was not too good this side. I struggled to hear. Can you please repeat? It was a bit too loud. It's as if you had the air. Please repeat.
Yeah, I was saying I do not want to compromise.
Now you are too far.
The reason why I said I would tighten the chat function so that you can communicate is so that I protect the decorum of the House by not revealing whatever else is happening in the background.
Oh, okay. So you can't open the camera. Okay. So you wanted to continue without the camera on?
Chair, I think she's saying that she'll put the stuff in the chat so that you can read it out, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So I was saying, a few months ago, well, maybe a year or so, there was a bus that was involved in an accident in Limpopo, traveling to Zim. Now, this bus, Honorable Ngubane, when obviously emergency workers arrive to help the people who are involved in a car accident, in a bus accident, they then get lots and lots of medication in this bus. You remember that story? There's a plenty of medication that was found in this bus. Then those who survived, they were asked, but why does it look like you're in hospital? You've got medication here for days. And then it was found that they access medication for free in our clinics. They put it aside, and when they go home month end, they take medication back in Zimbabwe, specifically these ones. It's not the only thing. So what they do, then those who were there, Department of Health then checks in 3 provinces, which is Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Gauteng. You find that they have multiple files in clinics. What they do is that on Wednesday, they go collect their chronic medication here. On Thursday, they collect it at the other side. On Friday, so they work to collect medication. Then month end, they go home and probably sell it. I don't know, maybe they've got pharmacies on that side. There's legislation there that says make primary health care a must in South Africa. And government has done so. But is this primary health care, or PHCs and CHCs, are they serving their intended purpose? And when there are people who I don't agree with when they are being xenophobic. I don't agree with them. But I understand their frustration with where it comes from. Now, me understanding why somebody is doing something doesn't mean I'm saying I agree with what they're doing. But I would understand where they're coming from. When they say, no, we must not give them access to our clinics, to our hospitals, because they're doing X, Y, and Z. Obviously, it's not everybody. I saw a video of one Nigerian yesterday saying the Igbo people must descend to South Africa to fight back because what we're doing there, attacking all Nigerians, is wrong. Why does he say so? Because one of his brothers, the Igbo brother from Nigeria, went and said he's a king in the Eastern Cape. And then people said, no, not here. And then that one says no. So I know even to what I'm saying now, I am going to be misunderstood. Well, I don't mind being misunderstood, but at least I must understand what I'm saying to be correct. So there are people, there's a group, don't want to mention them, they'll insult me. I don't want to mention it. But there's a group that my views are, they are highly xenophobic. That's my view. But I understand why they are angry at certain people. Because when you do so, government puts together legislation, because there were people who probably fought and said, no, we need health care. Our people, I mean, when I was growing up, I lost a lot of family members to HIV and AIDS because ARVs were not, and I know Treatment Action Campaign and others, they fought to get such things, right? So, and then to get people stealing what the government is trying to supply to yourselves. Because government has got a responsibility to certain things. Equal education will tell you about Section 27. Say, well, now you have a responsibility, a government, right? And when government builds more schools, and we then have, because, my problem again, probably the only clause I agree with Honorable Ngabane on the Constitution, that it must be changed, it's Section 2. Probably that's where we only agree on the Constitution, because he says the whole Constitution must go. Well, it's his party. His party says they don't want this constitutional democracy. Kumele siphathwe inkosi la, so that's why I don't agree. No, and I believe in constitutional democracy. But Section 2 creates a problem. And I heard you, when you were presenting, you mentioned South African Human Rights Commission. I actually want to have a proper conversation with them. Because South African Human Rights Commission if we don't address issues with them properly, they're going to plunge this country into a crisis. They are, and I'm saying it well aware on Alam that the meeting is recorded and they'll probably see it. But I want to invite them. I want us to have a proper conversation with them and ask them as a the chapter 9 institution for them, what is their mandate? Because you see what these young ones are fighting for. They will probably take 10 years from now and then you win the battle. By that time, you are now our age, you are old. But that's how the world works. Imagine after winning this battle of getting sanitary towels everywhere, and then border management control says we have recovered 40,000 or 4 million pets at the border being crossed. Tomorrow you will then cry, you will say, government is not fulfilling its obligation. We must open cases against them. But government has done so. But somebody is stealing. Stealing in this country is illegal. When you must arrest these people and say, well, now we are banning you here. We give you 10 years, you must not come back. Human Rights Commission is one of those institutions that goes and fights government when government wants to protect the rights of the citizens of this country. So I want to have a conversation with human rights. And I'm mentioning them because you mentioned that it's one of the people that said they're willing to support you. But I want to, because Human Rights Commission will be making a big mistake if they believe their job is to protect people against government. That's not their mandate. There are human rights to make sure that human rights are respected. Now, when you steal from me, and my things I kept at Honorable Ngubane's house, but they are my things. He's my government, just that they are kept at his house. You are stealing from me as a citizen. And human rights says, this one who's stealing from me as a citizen is right and my right. So I want to have a conversation with them. Honorable Kanyile, let me give you, I'm going to read Honorable Kakau's 4 things here, and then we'll then close.
Thank you, Chair. She's asked that I read them for her. Can I read them to you then?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity once again. Honorable Kakao has requested that I read the following inputs from her. It reads as follows. Shout out to the student representative who represented. Thoughts love to you both. I wish you success and protection from all evil. This bill deserves support. 3.1 billion isn't a lot to ask for. We can take it from the wasteful sitters. The boy-child education must be done by parents and guardians too, not only schools. Also, she wanted to re-emphasize that due to her heavy flow, she is using 20 sanitary pads per month, not 10. Apparently, that was not captured correctly. Chair, I think my last input as well, as I raised my hand previously, I think I did applaud the contribution and the issues that the ladies that are with us or stakeholders are with us are actually advocating for, looking that we're also focusing on issues of protection of a girl child and empowerment of a girl child. I would have wanted to maybe lobby them. There is an issue that Parliament has delegated us, Portfolio in Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We are leading the engagement together with basic education and social development. If we talk about protecting a girl child and empowering them, we cannot also look away on issues of statutory rape. We must zoom in, look at the statistics and ensure that we cover each and every corner of this country, speaking about statutory rape, creating awareness, teaching parents as well. We also need to be concerned when we look at the numbers of child and teenage pregnancy. Though it is termed as a teenage pregnancy, I think we can all agree in this room that when you read the statistics indicating that a child as young as 9-year-old has given birth, that tells you that child would have fallen pregnant when they were 8-year-old. And that is a child pregnancy. It is not a teenage pregnancy. So while you champion for the issues of sanitary towels, which we fully support, let us look at other issues that we can put together, because if we get this right, we are going to ensure that we keep as many girls as we can in schools and they don't lose out on many opportunities. I thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, for raising the issues around immigration and the inflow and the outflow. I just have a question because, I mean, we are fighting for human rights. And I do travel a lot. So, you know, in and outside the country, African countries, America. And I always imagine when I go to a different country that I too am a foreigner in a different country. And I know in the United Nations headquarters, they have free menstrual products. So as an outsider coming to America, I also get access to these free menstrual products. So I think perhaps maybe we should be careful around the issues on immigration to say that, yes, we legislate the free provision of menstrual products, but then it shouldn't be that one of the hindrances is that we have, you know, foreign nationals from outside the country, because when I go to a different country, I'm also a foreign national and I'm accessing their free social services, especially with healthcare in America and with free menstrual products. Just an example. Thank you.
Yeah, and then before you close your mic, so when you visit the United Nations, when you come back with a suitcase full of menstrual products, do you think they're going to allow you to go with those things?
Obviously, they're not going to allow me
That's
to
the
go.
point I'm making. Now, the point I'm making is not to deny people services when they're here, but when you start breaking the law by stealing, then that's where the problem is. That's what I'm talking about. And I've never said we don't want them to come. We travel, but when you get to that country, I mean, when you go to that United Nations Assembly, when you land at, what do they call JFK? When you land there, you know you are in a foreign land. Because firstly, they don't even mind searching you 50 times. Because they've got laws, and you must respect those laws. You know, when you live here, you have health insurance that says, well, maybe you guys will go to United Nations, you don't do that. But when you travel, when we travel as this committee members, we go to China, we go to Europe, they force us to have this health insurance so that we're able to get access to these things. Why? Because they don't want us to overburden the fiscus of those countries that is responsible for giving health to their people. Now they must, when you go to China, it's even worse. So we must also be honest. Yes, we do travel, we go to different countries, but we must respect their laws. Don't go there, do as you please. We're having a nice discussion with Professor Lewin and the universities about this policy framework of internationalization. How they want to implement it in South Africa. I'm still waiting for them to show me where is it implemented like that, anywhere in the world. Because I can't live here. I can't live here in South Africa and go and say, I rock up at University of London and say, no, I'm coming to work. There's laws. They will say, no. What you are bringing here, we have it plenty. Yeah, we've got too many politicians. Why must we bring you as a politician? So you then So, but we're having a very nice conversation with them because we unfortunately have a responsibility to make sure that the laws of this country are followed and are respected. And we want to help you. We will. Look, your battle, like I said, will continue to fight with you to get there's two bills that I swear, to get to fight them for you. We'll continue, even though it will be now on a different, because now your path is now supposed to go to a different committee. All right, but we'll continue to try and fight. But we must do so knowing very well that the laws of this country must be allowed. That is why you are coming here, because you are following the same laws. Now, you can't advocate for people not to follow laws because you are afraid that Trump might bomb you next time you go there. The laws of the country must be followed. Having said that, I think we've exhausted the discussions. Want to thank you. I think it has been quite a fruitful. Honorable Kanyile, please do indicate or liaise with the two members. Take this matter yourself and Honorable Peterson to the chairperson of your committee, because I think, and then take it to the minister. I think you guys must move with it from now on. Our passage as higher education is very small. It's for we're only responsible for people in higher education. We can't even fight for people of basic education. It's like when we're government, but our responsibilities for these people only. So we would really wish that you take it that way, but we'll put together our report, give to the speaker, indicate that, look, this is what was presented to us. We believe there's merit. I think because you are saying it must be sanitary towels for all, you might need to expect a serious fight back, because some people will oppose and say, why should we buy children of members of parliament sanitary pads? Why should we buy the children of CEOs? Why should the state carry that mandate? So you might have a different, but I think you have a solid case. Base it on the facts, and the fact is that women deserve to be supported because there's prima facie evidence that shows that women are naturally discriminated against, even from birth. Well, maybe from 9 years, as the presentation said, but so base your argument on facts. Go and check. You said in Ireland they have, maybe the argument there might be, is the economy the same as ours? Are they able to afford it? Are we able to afford it? Why is the UK not doing it? So maybe get a fuller picture so that even when you present a case, you do say that, yeah, this country is doing it, this one is not doing it, maybe because they don't have the activists on it, or they tried to put it, but the government said they don't have the money, whatever the case may be. So you bring in facts. When you put together an argument, you do admit that there are these shortcomings because they happened in this country, that country, this country. But we believe that we need it to continue in this format because where we are, it's this one. Basic education, I think you must sit on them. Basic education, I don't think they distribute the way they should, or they distribute to enough students. I mean, Honorable Kanyile says went to few schools in Mpumalanga, doesn't get a school that distributes. It's a serious indictment on basic education. So sit on basic education. They must obviously produce this evidence, but also push them to increase. The ultimate goal is this one that you want. But there are battles, small battles that you must win. And one of them, I think, which might be a low-hanging fruit, is this one of quintile 1 to 3. Say, I'm going to these schools and I want to see, are you getting pads? What is the frequency of it? What is the quantum of these things? So those ones are battles that you can win because there's legislation on it. So what you need to do is to hold us, people who are supposed to implement, accountable. Do take this bills to the speaker. The speaker will direct it to the right departments. I think women, I think social development, I think health, they should be, because like I said, this is it's a health right issue. And health rights are located at Department of Health. And I think you must not leave it at that. Having said that, I think we'll continue to try where we can to fight with you guys. About Tracy, they gave me a very big T-shirts here, but I think Barry, I must go to gym. I don't know, people, when they start giving you oversized things, you can tell they're sending a message, but I really appreciate equal education departments that were all here today. Thank you very much. Our petitioners, even yourself, even though you entered through the back door, I really appreciate higher health department. As I spoke about you, colleagues from Parliament, members of Parliament, we really appreciate those who are with us online. We really do appreciate. So we will now close our meeting in that format. There's two key that you must write to the speaker and the minister, but also we will submit our own report to the speaker. I think then we'll have, those are two key things that I think we must follow. Thank you very much, colleagues. The meeting is now adjourned.